Welcome to While We Were Distracted, the podcast where we explore topics that often get overshadowed in the rush of daily life.
You know, Mr. Cohen, if you just ceded back all of your time, then we'd be fine.
There had to be a comment, but I appreciate it. Your Honor, we did make the offer this. This is from the case, we don't have to say that.
That was well played. You know, there used to be a time when the Warriors would be in playoffs and I could talk about how great they were the night before. Now, all I have to do is hear from my relatives in Texas about Wemby. It looks like the jurors don't want to come out. I'm told that the next one, I did not follow that.
For the jury.
Okay, may all be seated. The record will reflect that we have the jury with us. Okay, so just a couple of quick announcements and we'll get started. First of all, I stopped at my local store and they were sold out of chocolate covered espresso beans. So I did get some chocolate, which for the second video, I will have Edwin pass around. I don't have it for everybody, but I do have some for you. I mentioned yesterday that we will have closing arguments on Thursday. So a couple notes about that. Thursday may go longer than other days just because I like to get them all in, and we won't take breaks at the same time because I don't like to interrupt the flow of their closing statements. I had on the calendar that we weren't going to be in session on Friday, but you all, if you all want to be in session on Friday to deliberate, you can do that. I don't know if you've already made plans not to be here for jobs and things like that. So I'm going to let you talk about that issue at one of the breaks. And if you all agree that you want to come in on Friday to start deliberations next week, then we will be in session so that you can do that. Okay? Yes, you can always stand during these videos and stretch if you need. Try not to get in the way of somebody else seeing the video. But we've got some room. So, you know, you can move around or stand on the side or something like that. Okay. I think those are all the announcements for right now. We're going to go ahead and we've got 30 more minutes of this video that we were watching yesterday. All right, we'll start with that. You may proceed.
a specific recollection, Mr. Altman telling you or the directors that all three of these have gone through DSD review.
I don't recall specific words.
Recollection of him saying that at all.
I have a recollection of him bringing the board to believe that all three had gone through review.
And I don't, but from remember the words he used, the context in which it came up.
This is almost 3 years ago, so I don't recall the exact words that he used. It was in a conversation about the upcoming Chapter 4 release. I don't recall more specifics than that.
Ultimately, I don't believe that he's letting anything into the school safety list to the public. Do you?
No, I believe that the safety challenges posed by the number releasing in 2023 turned out to not be severe, which is great. And I believe that the safety risks associated with their technology are growing over time, and the importance of the board functioning well, that it effectively is growing over time.
Can we turn it down just a little bit?
And to the.
Can we turn it down just a little bit?
This is stuff.
That's better. Thank you.
They're having discussion with Mr. Altman on that subject, and that prior to voting to terminate him as CEO's OpenAI.
I don't believe so, because I knew that it would be seen as irritating overreach by a board member, and we have many different things to discuss, and I prioritized other issues.
And you're not aware of any negative safety impacts resulting from the limited testing release of GPT-4 in the US, right?
Correct.
And ultimately, I think this week, Scout's GPT-4 was reviewed by the DSD, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you're not aware of Mr. Altman having any objections to GPT-4 being reviewed by DSD, correct?
Not GPT-4, but GPT-4 Turbo.
I thought that GPT-4 Turbo in a minute, but you're not aware of any objections raised by Altman to the review by the DSD of GPT-4, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Mr. Altman is not an investor in the startup fund, correct?
I don't want to comment on the specifics of his relationship to it without having documentation of everything.
Okay. So you don't know one way or the other whether he was an investor in the startup fund, is that right?
I don't want to mischaracterize his exact relationship with the startup fund.
And are you aware whether Mr. Altman ever received a distribution or other economic benefit from the fund?
I'm not sure.
And are you aware that Mr. Altman transferred the interest in the fund to another OpenAI employee after following the discussions that you were describing earlier with the board?
I know that they made some changes to the insurance. I don't recall the specifics.
It's true that ChatGPT was built on a less advanced LLM, GPT 3.5, is that right?
Less advanced than GPT-4?
Yes.
That's correct.
And GPT 3.5 had already been widely used by customers prior to ChatGPT's release, right?
That's correct.
And it wasn't a surprise that OpenAI was developing a chat-based product.
I believe the possibility had been discussed with the board. I don't think that I thought that was a done deal.
Do you know anything about the release of GPT 3.5 was unsafe?
I don't believe so.
I believe that the release of ChatGPT was unsafe.
I don't know. I feel uncomfortable making sweeping statements because safe is a very broad term. I don't have significant concerns about the release of ChatGPT from a impact on users' perspective.
Look back to Exhibit 6. This is the blog post published on November 17th announcing that Mr. Altman had been removed as CEO. And on first full paragraph, that's by the board.
Correct. Correct.
And
Related to his honesty. Our judgment, we all felt strongly and clearly that involving him in our decision-making process would not be productive. Majority of our deliberation.
company's human resource. It's would
Our conversation.
Excuse me, Your Honor. We lost audio in the overflow room.
How many people are on the phone?
Checking, Your Honor. Overflow room, audio check, 1, 2, 3, 4. They have audio, Your Honor. I'll have room mark check.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
This is the phrasing is more accurate than the phrasing we mattered for OpenAI for and safety issue. To ensuring in some sense, is deeply related to product safety and security. There's an ongoing way. The communicate that nature of that phrasing is extremely broad. I would not say that it had nothing to do with this.
True that, Mr.
That we were concerned about.
Mr. Altman.
That's with their board. Threats from the entire executive team. Fine. Tasha and Adam, and perhaps Celia. I believe it makes sense to merge with OpenAI in some way, but I don't. I thought it would have been basically the
keep supportive.
for my previous testimony. If it seemed like an option worth exploring. Yeah. Yeah. There were 700.
How many?
Certainly one of the top three.
Is that OpenAI's work on safety and governance shape?
There were not.
Can I have my mic back? Okay. This petition is not being offered for its truth, but it's being offered for its effect on the listener, that's Ms. Toner, and her state of mind when she got it. So that's why they're asking her questions about what she was thinking when she received it. She obviously didn't write it, right? But she did receive it. So it's being offered for her state of mind and the effect on her when she received it. That's the limiting instruction on this one. Proceed.
You put down the second one, includes right, the process through which you terminated Sam Altman and removed Greg Brockman from the board has jeopardized all.
And Agree with these 700.
That all 751 signatories would disagree with that, given the private conversations I heard about the immense social pressure to sign this letter.
What does that mean? OpenAI pressure. Following these events.
Yes.
So the claim being made by Mr. Sutskeberg here. Correct injection form.
Yeah. Yeah.
So whether the screenshot.
Nothing. My recollection is that the conversation as portrayed here was consistent with what we understood from. I forget exactly who we spoke to. I don't remember if I spoke to her about it or another independent board member, or if we had it solely by Alien. I'm not sure.
And you or anyone else on the board ever?
Not that I'm aware of.
You. Right.
I am not sure.
And
But I'm not sure whether it went reviews through review, so I don't know which.
okay. Whether
I've forgotten something.
or unsafe.
I'm not aware of any.
Do you recognize these as?
Yes.
States in the speech on Turbo going. Sam told me that Correct? And then if you see that this states in the screenshot. That much work and that it would be handled. Sign something goes to GSP, but instead have a lawyer, doesn't have. That way it may be shaved.
I would say that it primarily served to me as a further example, cementing the perception that Gus at the board level that Sam had a habit of putting words in other people's mouths to get people where he wanted them to go, which was for many reasons, including the integrity of OpenAI safety review processes, but also legitimate.
Earlier that you took.
Really important. A pattern we were concerned about.
First thing, you testified earlier that it was your understanding that the DSP was such that it might that those 4 votes granted. Is that accurate?
That's my understanding.
Something was approved by the DSP by a vote of the 3 Microsoft members.
I do not have any other comment.
You also testified would be glad if Sam was reinstated. Accurate. Yes. And that was your impression. Satya himself never told you wanted Sam to be reinstated. I believe that's true. Did anyone else at Microsoft ever tell you directly that they wanted Sam to be reinstated?
Also testified that you did, in part,
part of a coalition. Well, the board also has Mr.
that sounds right. I forget it. That was a separate ask from us including it in our message or the same ask.
And you also testified that during the OpenAI Microsoft partnership,
I forget the exact wording, but it was something along the lines of
Bella did tweet on Sunday night that he
I could recall that that sounds about right.
Microsoft was putting pressure on OpenAI to reinstate as well. Okay. Let's turn it on. I don't know. OpenAI. And forward reinstate some.
By video call and
Your Honor, at this point, plaintiff calls Ms. Rosie Campbell.
Okay.
Please remain standing to be sworn. Please raise your right hand. Solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this court and jury shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or so you affirm. Please say I do or I affirm.
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Speak clearly into the microphone. Please state your full name and spell out your last name for the record.
Rosemary Campbell, Campbell.
Good one. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Campbell, where are you from?
I'm from Nottingham in the UK.
And where did you attend college?
I went to the University of Bristol.
What did you study there?
I studied physics for my undergraduate degree and then computer science as a master's.
And what did you do after you finished your master's?
I went to work at the BBC in the Research and Development Department as a research engineer.
And where did you work next?
I went from there to the Center for Human Compatible AI, which is a research team at UC Berkeley.
How long did you work there?
I was there for about 18 months.
What does the Center for Human Compatible AI do?
It's a technical AI safety research team led by Professor Stuart Russell.
Can you tell the jury what drew you to working on AI?
While I was at the BBC, I worked on a project that involved using machine learning. And through that, I read more and more about AI, and I became persuaded that this was going to be a very transformative technology and that I should pivot my career to focusing on making sure that that goes well.
After the Center for Human Compatible AI, where did you work next?
I went to work at the Partnership on AI.
What does that organization do?
It's a nonprofit that has lots of member organizations across industry, academia, and civil society. And the goal is to try and come up with best practices and recommendations for responsible AI.
At some point, did you go work at OpenAI?
Yes, I went to work at OpenAI in 2021.
How did you come to work there?
I've been aware of OpenAI as a leader in the AI research space. And one of my colleagues from Partnership on AI had left a few months earlier to go to OpenAI.
What attracted you to OpenAI?
It was partly their technical research leadership and expertise, and also the nonprofit mission.
What did you understand the nonprofit mission to be in 2021 when you joined OpenAI?
I understood it to be that the mission was to ensure that AGI benefits all of humanity.
What team did you join when you came to OpenAI?
I originally joined on the applied team, which was a relatively new team that exists to productize some of the research that had been completed on the research side of the organization.
What does it mean to be on the applied side of OpenAI?
So most of OpenAI at the time was doing research, but there were some findings or some developments that OpenAI was interested in turning into products like an API. So an applied team was created to build those and start serving them to customers.
In 2021, were the majority of OpenAI employees on the research side or the applied side?
On the research side.
Did you work on any other teams at OpenAI?
Yes, after being on the applied team, I moved over to the research side of the organization where I joined the policy research team.
Why did you move to that team?
On the applied side, I was primarily working on safety of current systems, but I was more interested in thinking about future systems, and that work was primarily being done on the policy research team and the research side of the organization.
What did the policy research team do?
It was a team that was trying to anticipate what are the policy issues and governance issues that could arise with AGI, transformative AI, looking further into the future.
What was the AGI Readiness team at OpenAI?
This team was formed to more narrowly think about what OpenAI and potentially the wider world would need to do to prepare for transformative AI if it was coming very imminently.
Were you ever a part of that team?
Yes, I was on the team for a few months.
When did you become a part of the AGI Readiness team?
That would be, I think, midway through 2024.
Can you describe the background expertise of the members of the AGI Readiness team?
There's a mix of different skills, some people coming from AI safety backgrounds, some from international relations, some from more like program management.
What did the AGI Readiness team focus on?
We did things like trying to more concretely define what we mean by AGI, how we should operationalize that, and figure out different levels to indicate how ready the org was for AGI.
What are concentrations of power?
This is one project that we worked on, which was thinking about if a single actor, whether that's a state, government, or a private organization, for example, if they were to develop AGI, and AGI being a very powerful technology, that could lead to a concentration of power in just a single organization or set of people.
What was your goal in working on the concentration of power issue?
We were just trying to think about what the risks would be with that kind of scenario happening, and thinking about ways to mitigate those risks.
Did your work on the AGI Readiness team relate to OpenAI's nonprofit mission?
Yes.
How?
The nonprofit mission was to ensure that AGI benefits all of humanity. And one of the ways that could go wrong is if we have not prepared adequately as an organization or a society for that kind of transformative technology.
In the 2023 to 2024 time period, were there any other teams at OpenAI focused on long-term safety?
Yes, there was the Superalignment team.
Could you tell the jury what the Superalignment team did?
The Superalignment team was a technical AI safety team focused on trying to develop solutions to the alignment problem, which is the idea that AI, as it gets more and more capable, you want to make sure that it's aligned with human values and remains under human control.
Did the work of the Superalignment team relate to OpenAI's mission at all?
Yes.
How?
As to make sure that AGI benefits all of humanity, one of the most fundamental things we need to do is make sure that we have the technical solutions in place to ensure that AGI remains under human control.
Were you still working at OpenAI when the board fired Sam Altman?
Yes.
Did you receive information about why Altman was fired?
No, not really.
Shortly after, did you take any action to have Sam Altman reinstated as CEO?
I signed a letter that was going around that was asking for Sam to be reinstated.
Why did you sign that letter?
I signed it in part because it was my understanding at the time that the best way for OpenAI to not disintegrate and fall apart would be for Sam to return. Because so many people had said that they would probably leave if that wasn't the case. And so it seemed to me the best way for the mission to continue would be for Sam to return and the nonprofit to continue existing.
Did you understand the alternative of where those employees might leave to?
Yes, I think the idea was that they may go to Microsoft.
What did you know about the Microsoft and OpenAI relationship at that time?
My understanding is that Microsoft had invested some amount of money in OpenAI in order to help OpenAI scale up their compute.
Did you have interest in going to Microsoft during this ouster period?
I'm not sure what I would have done. I would have considered it, but I don't know exactly what I would have done.
While at OpenAI, did you observe anything that concerned you about the Microsoft-OpenAI partnership?
I remember there was an incident where where a version of GPT-4 was deployed in India before going through the appropriate safety testing protocols.
Did that concern you as a member of the safety team at OpenAI?
Yes, less so because of the risks of that particular model and more because of the need to set strong precedents as the technology gets more powerful. We want to have good safety processes in place that we can know are being followed reliably.
Did anything happen to any of the OpenAI board members after Sam was reinstated?
I think some of the board members left the board.
Do you know whether new board members were selected?
Yeah, I think there were some additional board members that joined.
Did you learn anything about the safety experience of the new board members?
Not really.
Did you understand whether they had safety experience?
My perception was that they didn't have the same kind of safety experience that some of the previous board members have when it comes to thinking about the safety of AGI.
Did that concern you as a safety team member?
Yes.
Why?
I think it would be very hard for the mission to be achieved if the people who are overseeing the organization don't have the full set of expertise needed.
During your time at OpenAI between 2021 and 2024, did you observe any changes in the focus of the company?
Yes, when I joined, it was very research focused, and very much it was common for people to talk about AGI and the safety issues. I think over time it became more like a product focused organization. There was still a strong element of research, but the shift was to more focus on productizing.
Did you observe any change in the expertise of new hires at OpenAI?
Yes. Originally, most people had a background in some kind of AI, and over time, more people from other traditional technology backgrounds came in. So things like products and operations or programs, that kind of thing.
Over the years you worked at OpenAI, did the expertise of the employees coming up to leadership change?
Yes, I think it was a similar shift, again, sort of expanding from just AI and research to more traditional tech company backgrounds.
And did the focus of OpenAI's work change over the time that you were there?
I think it certainly got broader. So yeah, as I said, moving away from just focusing on research and thinking about big picture risks and more diverse thinking about building existing AI products and how to handle those.
When did you leave OpenAI?
I left at the end of 2024.
Why did you leave?
So Miles Brundage, who led the what had been the policy research team and became the AGI Readiness team, so my boss, announced that he was leaving. And then we were told by OpenAI that the AGI Readiness team was going to be dissolved. And so the members of the team were given around 2 months to seek other roles within OpenAI internally or to take a severance package. What was that saying? Oh.
Yeah, if you could just repeat your answer.
Oh, yeah. We were given 2 months so that we could either seek new roles within OpenAI internally or to take a severance package.
Before it was dissolved, did the AGI Readiness team accomplish its mission?
No.
Was your AGI Readiness team the only safety-focused team that was disbanded at OpenAI?
The Superalignment team was also disbanded a few months earlier.
The what?
The Superalignment team.
And that was the other long-term safety team you testified about?
Yes.
Were you concerned about the disbandment of the long-term safety teams?
Yes.
Why?
Again, in order to ensure that the mission can be achieved and so that AGI can benefit humanity, I think having teams focused on the long-term safety issues is fundamentally important.
When you were given the choice between finding a job on another team or leaving OpenAI, what did you do?
I spoke to a few different teams, but ultimately decided to take the severance package and leave.
Why?
I didn't feel like there were opportunities available that matched the kind of thing that I wanted to do.
And what was it that you were looking to do?
This was work that would focus on ensuring that the transition to AGI goes well for humanity.
What percentage of your safety team left OpenAI around that time?
I think it was just under 50%.
any leaders of the long-term safety teams leave OpenAI around that time?
So Miles Brundage, as I mentioned, he left around a similar time. And then previously, some of the leaders of the Superalignment team had left earlier.
And who were those?
Ilya and Jan Leica.
Did other safety employees leave OpenAI in 2024, apart from the ones you've mentioned?
Yes, there were a number of departures over the course of that year.
Did that concern you?
Yes.
Why?
To me, it seemed like an indication that people were struggling to find opportunities to do the kind of work that they felt was necessary for ensuring safe AGI.
Have you ever joined any public statements about the concerns that you had about OpenAI?
I signed an amicus brief regarding the transition of OpenAI from a for-profit to a non-profit, from a non-profit to a for-profit.
To your knowledge, did any other former safety employees from OpenAI sign that?
Yes.
Did you believe that the disbandment of OpenAI's long-term safety teams impacted OpenAI's nonprofit mission at all?
Yes.
How?
I think it's very difficult to achieve the mission of safe, beneficial AGI without that kind of work being done.
Just a moment. No further questions.
Ross?
Ms. Campbell, how are you?
I'm okay. Good morning.
Ladies and gentlemen, please bear with me. I'm suffering from allergies, so if you can't hear me, just please let me know. Ms. Campbell, you asked a bunch of questions a second ago about things happening all over the company, the board, et cetera. I'm right that you weren't part of the board of directors of OpenAI at any point, right?
That's right.
You weren't one of the top executives in the company?
No.
Do you really have any idea how you ended up in this courtroom? Withdrawn. You agree with me, Ms. Campbell, that the OpenAI for-profit has been very important to OpenAI being able to achieve its mission?
Sorry, did you say the nonprofit or the for-profit?
The for-profit.
I haven't thought deeply about how essential it is. I think it has allowed us to test out some technology and see what issues might be arise so that we can iterate on the safety mitigations.
I appreciate that. Let me unpack that a little bit. I mean, one of the things that you would agree with me on is that the mission of OpenAI was something that was important to you, right?
Yes.
And the mission of achieving AGI that's beneficial to humanity requires huge amounts of compute, correct?
Well, the mission itself is to ensure that AGI benefits all of humanity, which doesn't necessarily imply that you have to build it if you can't ensure that it's going to be safe.
Right. But you understand that OpenAI was focused on actually trying to build it during the time that you were there, correct?
That was one approach to achieving the mission. And I think, towards the end of my time, that was how most people interpreted the mission, but that wasn't.
Okay. So somebody's cell phone's going off. I need all of you to check your cell phones right now and put them into the off position, especially with respect to the plaintiff's table. The court reporter can hear it. It's getting picked up in the mics. All right. Proceed.
Thank you. I guess, Ms. Campbell, the question I'm asking you, just very straightforward. You joined the company, it had already created a for-profit component, right?
I I'm not sure exactly if it was around the time that I joined. I can't remember exactly when.
Okay. It's possible you just don't remember the exact dates.
Yeah.
It was around that time that the for-profit component had been created, correct?
I think so, yes.
Okay. And you understood that if OpenAI was going to attempt to develop AGI that was beneficial to humanity, it was going to be necessary to use vast amounts of compute, correct?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled.
It's a yes or no.
I think if you are trying to build AGI, then yes, that's necessary. But again, the mission is to ensure that it benefits all of humanity, which may or may not entail building it, depending on whether you can ensure that it's safe.
I appreciate that. And let me just focus you. I want to get through this in the time we have. So I'm going to ask you yes or no questions. And if you can at all, I'd appreciate if you could answer yes or no. Is that okay?
I'll try.
Okay. So in order to generate the funds necessary in order to acquire the compute necessary for the mission, you understood that the for-profit component of OpenAI was contributing to that, yes or no?
I don't know a lot about the details, but it seems plausible.
Okay. You talked a little bit about some of the safety concerns that you had during your direct examination a moment ago. I'm correct that during the time that you were there, you supported a number of the safety procedures that OpenAI had in place, correct?
Yes.
And you thought that the people who were on your team were actually working in good faith towards trying to achieve the safety objectives that were your focus, correct?
Yes.
And I understand some of those teammates left during that time period.
Yes.
Right? But a number of them stayed, correct?
I worked with many different people, different set of people at the beginning compared to at the end. So I'm not sure who you're referring to.
I think you said on your direct examination that about 50% of them left.
Yes.
Right. So about 50% of them stayed, right?
Yes, about 50% of them stayed and went to a variety of different teams, some that had some safety elements and some that I don't think did.
Right. And by the way, isn't that you left OpenAI?
I was the end of 2024.
Right. And so you haven't been inside of OpenAI looking at how the company is dealing with those issues since the time that you left, correct?
Correct.
So as you sit here today, what you know is that during the time that you were there, you were focused in good faith on the safety objectives you cared about, right?
Yes.
And the teammates that you worked with, you believe that they were working in good faith on the safety objectives that you cared about, right?
Yes.
Since you left, you have not had an inside perspective on all the things that OpenAI may be doing with regard to safety, correct?
Yes, that's right. Though I would say that
That's sufficient. Now, you talked a little bit about signing the letter that you talked about to bring Mr. Altman back.
Yes.
Okay. And you signed that letter because in your view, it was the right thing to do, right?
Yes.
And it's true that nobody pressured you to sign that letter, correct?
Correct.
You're not aware of anyone being pressured to sign that letter, correct?
Correct.
And from your perspective, that signing the letter to bring Mr. Altman back was the best thing from a safety perspective, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're aware that there are a number of companies right now that are trying to develop AI, right?
Yes.
You're familiar with Grok and XAI?
A little bit.
You don't work with...
Action, Your Honor, outside of the scope.
I believe it's within the scope, Your Honor. They're asking her a lot of opinions about safety. I just want to try to get a baseline and understand what this is relative to.
I'll give you very little leeway.
Very, thank you, Judge. I just have one question. When you think about the safety issues that you're concerned with, it's your belief that the safety approach taken at OpenAI is superior to the safety approach taken at XAI, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
I don't know enough about XAI to say for sure, but yes, that's my speculative opinion.
Okay. To be clear, you were called here, by the way, were you subpoenaed to testify here?
Yes.
Okay. Are the plaintiffs, right?
Yes.
You yourself have no personal knowledge whatsoever of any promises or any commitments that Mr. Musk claims to have had made to him, correct?
Objection outside of the scope.
Overruled.
I don't know about that.
Okay. And you're not a part of the Superalignment team that you talked about, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you weren't part of the team of executives that decided whether the Superalignment team was going to continue, correct?
Correct.
So you have no personal knowledge of the specific reasons for the disbanding of the Superalignment team, correct? And
So do we have an answer?
Oh, yes. Sorry.
I'm correct.
You're
Right.
correct.
Thank you. And you don't have personal knowledge of what steps are being taken to assure safety for future OpenAI products since the time that you left, correct?
Yes.
Asked and answered.
I think the answer is yes.
Objections overruled.
I have one moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Ms. Campbell, thank you very much. I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Cohen.
It's always a privilege to be referred to as Mr. Cohen.
Never know which one, Mr. Gerarda. Any questions?
No questions from Microsoft.
Any redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Campbell, when you started at OpenAI, how would you describe OpenAI's safety landscape in just a few words?
I would say probably most people there had spent a lot of time thinking about the safety issues. There were people working on the research side on technical safety, and then on the applied side, the team that I joined was focused on product safety.
How would you describe OpenAI's safety landscape at the time you left in just a few words?
I think there were still teams focused on the safety of current AI systems, but to me, it seemed like there were much fewer people focused on thinking about longer term systems.
Did you believe that shift away from long-term safety presented any problems for OpenAI's mission?
Yeah, I think you need to have people working on the longer term safety issues as well as the nearer term ones.
While at OpenAI, how did you perceive Sam Altman's views about AI safety?
Objection, Your Honor.
Yeah, it's outside the scope of the cross. Next question.
Ms. Campbell, why did you believe that it was better to bring Sam Altman back as opposed to having employees go to Microsoft?
It seemed to me that bringing Sam Altman back would allow OpenAI's nonprofit to continue, so that it would be more likely to have the mission be achieved than going to Microsoft.
Was your choice based at all on anything to do with Sam Altman?
Not really.
That's it, Your Honor.
On those few questions.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor.
All right. There's no reason to keep her in recall status, correct?
That's correct, Judge.
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
Your Honor, at this point, plaintiff will be playing the video of Tasha McCauley.
Okay.
The time allocations for the video are OpenAI 23 minutes, Microsoft 1 minute. Also, I can report the parties did some more work yesterday and cut some of the material from this video. It will now be around 50 minutes, 50.
50, okay. All right. So after this video, then we will, do you have them? Then we'll have a live witness for the rest of the day afterwards. There it is. Okay, you can give those to them. And this is, yeah, you can give it to them now. And the federal government did not spend any money. This is from me to you. Okay, you should start playing when you can. And it appears that the way our technology is working on the streaming, that it's very difficult for us to stream when you all are playing these videos. Someday in the future, we'll figure it out, but we're just going to keep proceeding. Okay, so anybody who's listening or to the stream, just understand we've got technical difficulties with this new system. You may proceed.
My name is Tasha McCauley.
Did you previously work at an organization called Effective Ventures?
I had a board position.
And what does Effective Ventures do?
It was an organization that oversaw a number of other organizations working across a variety of cause areas, some of which were AI related, some of which were focused on AI.
Other than Effective Ventures, have you ever been associated with an organization that's advocated views on AI safety? That has advocated views on AI safety?
Yes, the Center for AI Governance is another organization that I have a board position on.
Just to back up, when did you first join OpenAI?
I joined in November of 2018.
During your time on the board, did OpenAI have a conflict of interest policy?
Yes, there was certainly a company conflict of interest policy, and there was a conflict of interest policy that I'm wanting to be careful not to speculate here because don't remember what the requirements of that policy stated in terms of kind of like frequency of disclosure and stuff like that. So, but I will say, I think that I and other independent board members were interested in having perhaps like a more robust process for conflict disclosures.
Okay.
Yes.
And you mentioned that you were trying to implement a more robust process. Why were you trying to do that?
I think well, the fact that we didn't have a comprehensive process in place made us concerned that we might miss important external activities that might have been useful for the board to know about. And I think in particular, I do remember some conversations with the independent board members where we had those concerns about Sam in particular.
What were your concerns about Sam in particular?
I think it was unclear to us whether he might have, either investments or activities that he might have been gaining from without the board knowing that could have impacted his consideration as a board member of OpenAI.
What were those concerns?
We had some concern around Sam's ownership of OpenAI fund. And I think in particular, concern that this wasn't disclosed to the board and
concern for what this might mean for, the company, for investors in OpenAI, for whatever. Right. OpenAI startup fund. Apologies to be specific about what fund.
And what was your understanding of the specific concern that Mr. D'Angelo had regarding Mr. Altman's interest in the OpenAI startup fund?
I think the specific concern was that the activity of the fund, well, for one, that we didn't know that Sam owned the fund, was, concerning. I think the activities of the fund, I want to make sure I'm recalling accurately enough, but I would say perhaps that, any activities of the fund weren't working against the interest of OpenAI investors. For example, any employee time that might have been being spent on the fund, in particular, if employees were getting, equity from the fund, in addition, for if they were taking time away from work on OpenAI, there was a question of whether OpenAI shareholders should benefit from employee time being. I believe, if I'm recalling the discussions correctly, it was a discussion of that nature. Also, corporate opportunity questions of whether products or features that were being offered to startup fund participants, startup fund companies, maybe before general releases that may have given them an advantage that I apologize. I'm just trying to remember accurately what some of the discussions were. I think it was really just questions of whether the fund was benefiting Sam, whether the fund was sufficiently, or was taking away from potential returns for OpenAI investors. That was the primary gist of it.
To your knowledge, did OpenAI provide products to companies in which the OpenAI startup fund had invested on a prioritized basis?
I remember discussion of that concern. I do not recall specifically whether or not that happened.
Did the board in fact fire Mr. Altman from his position as board member and CEO of OpenAI Inc. on November 16th, 2023?
Yes.
Were you one of the board members who voted to remove Mr. Altman?
I was.
Is it accurate that the board had been deadlocked over which AI safety expert to add?
Yes. Yeah.
Which AI safety expert did you favor hiring?
Well, I think I had, positive views on a couple of them, and there were pros and cons to each.
Was your understanding that, notwithstanding the statements he would make, Mr. Altman in truth opposed the AI safety candidates?
I think a concern that I had was that, and I think a concern that was spoken amongst, the independent board members at the time was that we were worried that Sam didn't want to lose control of the board. So I think, I don't know about whether it was specifically about an AI safety board member or not. I think it was more a question of whoever we brought on, whether they were going to be favorable to kind of Sam's wishes or not.
Was Mr. Altman's handling of this situation one of the factors you considered in dismissing him?
Yes, I would say I was speaking for myself. I was very concerned that the premise of the board, the design of the structure and the way the board was intended to be set up was that the board had a majority of disinterested members.
With the release of unapproved models by by OpenAI present AI safety risks?
I guess it potentially could. I think, as I said before, we didn't know of any specific risks with these particular models, but there's absolutely the risk that models can contain, that models can present risks, that they can have unintended consequences. So for that reason, having these processes in place was very crucial in the eyes of the board, at least myself, I'll say.
At some point, did you learn that Mr. Altman had attributed a statement to you that Ms. Toner should obviously leave the board?
Yes.
How did you react upon hearing about that?
I was very displeased. This was absolutely not reflective of something I said or thought in any way. I think Helen was a good independent board member. I think Sam didn't, well, I won't speculate, but I was very displeased and very concerned. I believe I called some other board members. I called Adam, I called Helen, and we discussed the fact that there was an untrue thing being said. It seemed with the intention of pushing Helen off the board.
And was Mr. Altman's handling of that situation one of the factors you considered in dismissing?
Yes.
What did Mr. Susskever's email about Mr. Altman contain?
It contained a number of examples of what he considered dishonest behavior or problematic behavior. I would say some of the concerns we were considering. So there were, maybe I'll just back out a little to say there were a few buckets of concerns. There was concern about sort of our ability to oversee, properly oversee the company, and whether there was sort of resistance to oversight. There were concerns about, lies, honesty. There were concerns about, the senior leaders and what we were hearing that they were perceiving as kind of a lot of chaos, a lot of what perhaps Mira described as kind of repeated crisis events. Maybe what she said was like every few months or something like that. They were kind of having these crisis events, and that it was mostly stemming from Sam's behavior. So the email that Ilya sent included a very lengthy document. I don't recall exactly how long it was, but dozens of pages of examples of different chaotic events that had occurred from Sam's behavior or lies that he had told.
And the conduct you just described, the problematic behavior, the lies, and the crisis events, those were attributed to Mr. Altman's behavior?
Yes.
As an OpenAI board member, was it important to you that models, products like the GPT Turbo be approved by the Joint Safety Board?
Yes.
Did Mr. Altman's misstatement about whether the company's legal department had told him that GPT-4 Turbo didn't need to go through the Joint Safety Board, did that cause you concerns?
It did definitely cause me concerns, yes.
Was your understanding of Mr. Altman's handling of the GPT-4 Turbo situation one of the factors you considered in dismissing him?
Yes.
Did Mr. Altman engage in any other conduct that contributed to your decision to dismiss him?
I think there were, in the course of being on the board, many smaller interactions that gave me real doubt as to whether I could trust what the CEO was telling us. And I know that in my discussions with other board members, they had the same kinds of concerns. Employees from inside the company over the course of years had surfaced similar concerns that Sam's pattern of dishonesty was a very difficult component of Sam's leadership. And when I think about some of the things that I was hearing from the senior leaders, right in the immediate, weeks preceding Sam's firing, descriptions of what was, kind of a toxic culture from lying and this kind of thing that was leading to these kinds of crisis events. Or another concern that I had was because of this pattern of lying, that a lot of people in the company, as was being reported to me, people in the company were copying that behavior, and there was kind of a culture of lying and a culture of deceit. And I think for us as a board, this was just extremely concerning. I mean, again, I think this is concerning any company, any regular for-profit company. That's just extremely concerning behavior. But in particular for this company, because we were a nonprofit board, and our mandate was to be able to effectively oversee a company, a for-profit company that was underneath us. And our primary way of doing that was very much being called into question, because we did not have a high degree of confidence at all that we would be able to trust that the information being conveyed to us was sufficient to let us make decisions in an informed way. And that's very fundamental to the reasoning we had. I think I mentioned before, we knew that stakes were going to get a lot higher going forward. Stakes were as they were at the time, which was reasonably high as it was. But when we thought about being able to oversee the kinds of complex decisions that would be presented to us years down the line, it became very, very concerning to us that we wouldn't be able to.
Was the expectation of OpenAI that Mr. Altman was going to receive a significant equity stake in the company?
There had been, the time that I was on the board, there were discussions in both directions, and discussions that he was not going to take equity, and then later discussions that he was eventually going to take equity, I think. So,
when were the discussions that he was eventually going to take equity?
First such discussion that I recall, I can't say with certainty when it was, but I'm going to say and I'm going to broadly say, possibly in 2021 or something. I don't know specifically.
And who was involved in those discussions?
I had a discussion with Sam, I think, where I cited a previous conversation we had had where he said that he did not, where I recalled that he had said that he wasn't planning to take equity in the company. And citing that, he corrected me that he did plan to take equity at some point.
And so in 2021, Mr. Altman communicated to you that he planned to take equity at some point. What specifically did he say?
There weren't specifics provided then. He didn't say a specific plan or a specific time frame or a specific amount at that time.
Are there any other discussions with Mr. Altman where he communicated to you that he planned to eventually take equity?
I don't recall.
Your Honor, this may be a convenient point for a break if Your Honor wants to take it.
We're going until 10. We've got 20 more minutes.
I'm sorry, I was misinformed.
After the announcement was firing Mr. Altman on Friday, November 17th, what happened next?
Hard to summarize the following 5 days, but I'll say what happened next was we immediately began working with Mira on the transition. She communicated, I think, right away. Actually, I believe, if I recall correctly, before the actual moment when Sam began thinking with Microsoft, sort of managing the different effects from the announcement of the transition. Apologies. And in the first number of hours following the announcement, actually by her reporting to us, things seemed to be going quite well, and the transition from her perspective, I think, was happening in a pretty smooth way. later, things started to change. Mira got in touch with us and said that there was some tension happening because the way she said it to us was that Sam and Ilya are calling everybody, saying that there's been an evil coup a coup by Ilya. I think later described it, I'm sure. And that this had sparked a bunch of fear and upset in the company. So I think the fallout from that was something we had to contend with for the next period of time, and that was definitely destabilizing to the process.
You mentioned that you were communicating with Microsoft. Who were you communicating with at Microsoft?
I was communicating directly with Microsoft. I don't recall offhand who was on the initial call that she had that day, but she was, frequently in touch with Microsoft and was kind of the administrator of that communication on behalf of the board during that process and on behalf of the board during that process.
Were you personally communicating with anyone from Microsoft?
Not at that time, not on that day.
And did you later communicate with anyone from Microsoft?
Satya spoke with us at a later point.
And who is Satya?
Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft.
You mentioned that he spoke with us. Who are you referring to when you say us?
It was, by the best of my recollection, myself, Adam, D'Angelo, Helen Toner, and Ilya sits here.
How often did you and those other directors speak with Mr. Nadella over the next few days after Mr. Altman's firing?
That's the only conversation that I recall participating in. I believe it's, I don't want to speculate. I think it's possible other directors may have spoken to him further, but I didn't, that I recall, or at least I don't recall any further conversations with Satya.
So in that one conversation that you remember on the Sunday following Mr. Altman's dismissal, what do you recall being discussed?
I recall, to the best of my recollection, Satya wanted to restore things to as they had been. I think he was asking if we would consider reinstating Sam. I don't remember the specific words. I remember that being kind of the basic objective of the conversation, I think. And we did not agree that was the right step for us to take.
But did the board ultimately decide to reinstate Mr. Altman? What was your role in that decision?
I was one of the board members who was involved in the many discussions over the course of the following days, the days following the firing.
After Mr. Altman was reinstated, did you resign from the board?
I did.
Why did you resign?
Well, this is what happened in the aftermath of the firing. I think the important piece is, first of all, I think there was confusion about what was going on, and there was also, a tender offer out to the employees. So this combination of things, I think, made it very difficult for the employees to, and also we felt that we couldn't, we didn't really have an effective mechanism to accurately convey the set of things that had motivated us as a board for a number of reasons. And so the employees of the company, I think, didn't have confidence in keeping the board as it was. So we made the decision to restructure the board and as I said before, keep one of the existing members going forward, and bring on a couple of additional members. I think the decision and some of the stipulations we had in making that decision were that Sam would not be on this restructured board, that there would be a very thorough independent investigation to look into some of the behaviors and, I think the whole process, but from our perspective in particular, some of the behaviors that we were concerned with. We also had discussed a few different governance mechanisms that we thought would be important to carry forward, and discuss those with the board members that were going to be on the newly composed board. So with those different mechanisms, we felt that we reached an agreeable point where we felt that there was a chance for a thorough investigation, some new oversight mechanisms, some board members who we had at least, some hope that they could provide sufficient corporate governance. And I think the alternative that we were seeing where, if there was significant destabilization or breaking of the company, we did not feel would best serve OpenAI's issue.
What experience led you to believe that self-governance cannot reliably withstand the pressure of profit incentives?
The experience we had at OpenAI, I think part of the way I described it toward the beginning, which is I think the reason we were optimistic is because the company was oriented in a very public way around its missions, and it had created a structure that would allow the empowerment of that mission, even in the extreme pressure from investors, for example. That the piece that would make that work correctly was really, the leadership and the leadership's willingness to allow the board the proper oversight, allow the board to make decisions that were informed. And because we didn't have that piece, we were not able to really make that innovative structure work at OpenAI. That's not to say that it's impossible for a self-governance structure where what we were saying here is it can't this can't be the primary mechanism by which AI governance happens. We need regulatory frameworks that support responsible development of AI because, like in our case, I'm sorry, I'm speaking quickly. Yes. I'm happy to back up.
It's not to say that it's impossible for self-governance structure to work. What we were saying here is it can't be reliable. This can't be the primary mechanism by which AI governance
happens. Basically, that we need good regulatory frameworks to support the responsible development of AI, because if we're relying on private companies to consider the interests of the public, they can't be ultimately responsible for doing that because of the potential for these internal misalignments that come from the situation I've described, that come from interests that are at odds with one another. And it all comes down to kind of one CEO making those decisions, and we have the public good at stake. That's very suboptimal. So that's what this was saying.
In your time on the board, what profit incentives did OpenAI experience?
Well, the company was developing, it was commercializing a number of products in the time that I was there. Stood to make money on those products. And those are the profit incentives I'm talking about. I'm also talking about profit incentives for investors who had invested in the company. Let me just make sure I see the wording exactly.
Was OpenAI able to withstand those profit incentives effectively?
In my experience, this is at the heart of the issue we're talking about. In my experience, we were concerned that, decisions were being made that we didn't see as prioritizing the mission that the company was oriented around. In our experience, that seemed to have potentially been motivated by profit interests.
What didn't work about the for-profit subsidiary structure?
I think what I described before about, I do think the reason I say that we went in cautiously optimistic about the structure itself, I mean, the structure was being conceived of when I joined the company. As I said, I joined when it was still a nonprofit, so I was there, I came in kind of like right before it transitioned. And I think structurally, we were optimistic. I was optimistic upon coming in, and Helen, as she says in this article as well, that structure would lend itself to a good chance at self-governance if we were achieving the necessary leadership buy-in. And that's the piece that I think didn't work about this. I think the piece that didn't work was that we did not have confidence that we could properly oversee as was mandated for us. One of our primary duties as board members was to oversee the activities of the nonprofit and ensure that the activities were happening in accordance with the nonprofit's mission. Since we determined that we couldn't rely on information we were receiving, we didn't get her to do that.
And in your opinion, did OpenAI fail to stick to its original mission?
I think, in my opinion, I saw a number of instances that I would characterize as not prioritizing the mission. Yes.
Are you saying that OpenAI failed to stick to its mission?
I think the structure that was put in place wasn't sufficient to, well, I would say the combination of the structure and the behavior of the company's CEO, Sam, resulted in a number of instances that I think I would characterize, as I said before, the mission was not being prioritized. And we had concern that would continue to happen, and we had very great concern that as stakes got a lot higher, that would be potentially against the interest of the product.
In your view, was OpenAI facing immense profit incentives?
Yes, I think OpenAI had the potential to be extremely profitable in the longer term.
And do you think those profit incentives risk compromising OpenAI's ability to carry out its mission to develop safe AI?
I do. I think that those profit incentives make it necessary that there are checks and balances on how the decisions are being made. If the company is going to talk about itself as a mission-oriented company with an independent board over it, if it's presenting itself that way, then absolutely it needs to be able to show that they can actually provide the structure needed to work against the profit incentives. If it were a purely for-profit company, it's kind of the question of the mandate we had was this particular structure needed so that we needed to be able to make informed decisions, and we didn't feel we could.
I'm sorry, the council spoke in the earlier today about the article that Ms. Toner published in connection with the service on OpenAI. That was the source of some controversy. Do you recall that discussion? The article that Ms. Toner published in late 2020.
The paper is kind of an academic paper.
Was it your impression when it compared its topic favorably relative to OpenAI?
I do remember thinking that it was, judging graphics working more favorably in my eyes.
The various board service over 6 boards that you've served on, do you ever recall a member of the board, a colleague of yours on the board, publishing material that favorably compared competitive the organization with the organization itself? When Ms. Toner and Mr. Sutskever and Mr. D'Angelo informed Altman that I had made a call that he was off the board and fired.
Why don't we go ahead? Should we stop here? Looks like that might be a a good transition point.
It is, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, so we'll go ahead and take our first break. And then when you come back, we'll have a little bit more of this before the live testimony. Great. Let's all stand for the jury.
Please rise for the jury.
Okay, the record will reflect that the jury has left the courtroom. We should start back at this page 212. So if you'll tee that part up. Anything to discuss before? If not, we'll take the 20-minute break. Nothing. All right, and so make sure you're here on time because I will start on time. Let's.
Good morning, everyone. Again, may the court remind everyone in the courtroom, please check your phones. We were still hearing phones sounding off earlier during the depositions. Please ensure that your phones are off or on silent. Thank you. Come to order. The court is back in session.
Okay.
May I raise one issue just before?
Sure.
Just for the interest of time, I just want to call the court's attention to two things related to Dean Schizer's testimony. First is he's going to testify about it as part of a hypothetical conversation, a text conversation between Mr. Nadella, Scott, and Altman at the time immediately after the firing, and it goes to the discussion of potential board members. Our case, Microsoft's agreed, and the other side's agreed, OpenAI too, to let our case stay open until Nadella testifies. This exhibit hasn't come into evidence yet, but it will through Nadella. So but it's part of his opinion. I just want the court to be aware of that.
There's no objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
And the second thing I just want to call your attention to is he's going to introduce the Form 990s, which are the tax returns for the nonprofits for the years 2016 to 2023. In the interest of time, I don't intend to put each of those in front of him. They're in the witness binder that you have and he has. I'm going to show the one and say, are these there for these other years as well? I just think it'll save time.
Is there an objection? Are they stipulated exhibits? I mean, obviously, he doesn't have any personal knowledge.
He doesn't have personal knowledge, but he did review them in reaching his opinions.
I see.
Okay.
Is there an objection?
Microsoft has no objection.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would just note we have no objection to the exhibits, but we'll need to hear what he's going to say to determine the appropriateness of the testimony.
All right, that's fine. I'm advised by the jury that they want to talk to their employers about whether they're going to deliberate next Friday, so we won't know until Monday. Okay?
Great.
Let's bring the jury in.
remain standing for the jury.
Okay, you may all be seated. Are they working? Yes, test, test. Great. All right, let's finish off the video.
Ms. Toner and Mr. Sexton and Mr. Newton informed Altman by a video call that he was off the board and fired on November 17th. Before that, you had taken legal steps to remove him from the board, right? After you had a video call with Altman, you had a video call with Brockman. All of the Altman call was about how long?
I want to say, relatively brief, maybe over 10 minutes, I'm not really sure.
And all of the Brockman call was about how long?
Shorter than that, I think.
Shorter.
I think so.
And did they happen one directly after another?
Pretty closely, yes.
Altman had been providing no advance notice of this decision. I'm sorry, other than Ms. Murati and Mr. or Dr. Sutton, I said, did the three independent directors consult with any other OpenAI officers or employees while it relates to this deliberative process?
So there were discussions about concerns that other senior leaders had expressed to, I believe, the best recollection, Mira and Ilya. And there was a discussion about whether it would make sense to involve the other people on the leadership team who may have been expressing similar kinds of concerns to the ones that Ilya was expressing, to the ones that Mira was expressing. But we ultimately determined that the risk of doing that may outweigh the benefit of doing it. But it would make it risky to reach out to other members of the leadership team, because if we were to undertake a decision like this, our concern was that Sam, would very actively counteract it. So.
And did you speak with Jason Kwan?
No.
Did the independent director during this process speak with Bradley and Campbell?
We did not. We didn't speak. We made a decision that involving other members of the leadership team in particular, we're getting speaking with other members of the leadership team would have greatly increased the chance that Sam was going to counteract the decision.
And you didn't speak with Mr. Altman, of course, for the same reason, correct? Okay. And you didn't speak with Brockman.
Correct.
You guys didn't bother to talk to the employees either before you made this decision?
For the same reasons.
The board didn't give any notice to any stakeholder before it terminated Altman, correct?
I did not feel that it could. I did not. Yeah.
I can ask you to look at Exhibit 8.
Yes.
Did you participate in the drafting of this draft slide decision?
We had quite a lot of discussion about what to say to the company. Let me just look at this exact. This is very consistent with what I remember talking about.
But I have a question. Ms. McCauley, was whether you participated in the preparation of this draft.
Yes.
Was this message sent to you on the video?
As I said before, this is consistent with what we talked about in terms of sharing something to the Slack channel. I wasn't on that public Slack channel. I believe, if I remember correctly, Ilya sent it to the Slack channel. So a message was sent, I believe, with this one I can't confirm for sure.
And it was sent on behalf of the board.
Of the board. I mean, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And let me direct your attention, if I might, to the paragraph right before why did the board act this way? Do you see that? We're beginning with the sentence, we want to be abundantly clear.
Yes.
That paragraph reads, we want to be abundantly clear. We believe that OpenAI is people and its product. Do you see that?
I do.
And that reflected your and your fellow director's view at the time, correct? Mm-hmm. Then it goes on to say, this decision is not about product safety or security, the pace of development of OpenAI's finances. Do you see that? Mm-hmm. And that also reflected your and your fellow director's view at the time, correct? But you wouldn't have participated in the drafting of this and had it sent to the organization if it didn't reflect your view.
It reflects a fair summary. The one piece that I'll elaborate on is about product safety. I think what we were conveying there is that we weren't concerned that any product had been unsafely released in particular. As I said earlier, we did have concerns about processes not being respected that would have ensured that all products above a certain threshold were safely released into the future. The decision wasn't about the safety of any of the products that were being deployed at the time.
So I do want to discuss with you those concerns, but I suppose I want to know whether you stand behind or when you stand behind the announcement on the 20th of November that the decision to fire Altman was not about product safety or security or the pace of development or OpenAI's finances. Yes, sir.
I think, as I said before, if what we intended to say with this was that there weren't any products that we felt were unsafe. We did have concerns about process around product release and whether those processes will be respected, and that was, very much part of our consideration. But the question is about the safety of the product. I think this is accurate to say. I think especially because there was speculation at the time that there was a product or something being considered that was potentially unsafe. And so our intention was to say, it's not that we learned about some unsafe product, and this was a result of learning about that. So the nuance I'm providing is to say we did have concerns about processes for safely deploying products, but it wasn't about a product being unsafe.
In your conflict with my colleague earlier, you said in discussing the severance package portion of this email that you had a conversation with Mr. Altman where he said that he might receive equity, if you recall that. Let me ask you this: when Altman said, well, I may get equity, did you say anything in sum and substance like why the change?
I do recall that there was some conversation that ensued after that about it. Unfortunately, I don't really remember the specifics of it. This piece of that conversation pops out in my mind. I don't recall the specifics, and I can certainly discuss it further after that. I wish I could recall the specifics.
Within 2 days, Dr. Sutzkever changed his mind about firing Altman, didn't he?
Yes.
As far as you know, he hadn't referred to the board's actions as approved.
Not by my recollection, not with us.
But you do allow that within 2 days he changed his mind and apologized and said he wanted to come back.
Yes.
He wanted to come back. And ultimately, Altman didn't come back.
That's right.
And you and the other directors agreed that he shouldn't come back.
The other directors and I agreed that of the options available to us at the moment of the decision around that, that was the option that was most consistent with the mission, because we thought if the alternative true was that OpenAI would disintegrate, that would not best serve the mission. We also, of course, had our very clear concerns around Mr. Altman, and part of the negotiation process was to was centered around helping make sure that he had the best chance of being governed going forward.
Fair, but I want to make sure I get this now. Would you agree that Altman could not have been reinstated without the approval of the board as it was then constituted, which was you and 3 others, correct?
I agree.
And you talk about trying to improve their governance over in place, looking ahead, and you mentioned that, was that fairness McCauley? And was part of that getting some interim directors in place that you have confidence in?
Yes. Yes, part of that was getting some interim directors. You know, to answer that question is not entirely straightforward because I think the directors that we chose had some evidence that they might be able to offer the governance, and I had, also points of concern. So I think of the options that we had, of the composition that we were able to agree on, that seemed like the most reasonable option.
You and your fellow directors agreed that Brett Taylor and Larry Summers would become directors, correct?
Yes.
And you also agreed that Mr. D'Angelo would stay on as a director.
That's right.
And that those 3 would comprise the board after all was reinstated.
That's right.
Do you recall talking about the review of GPT-4 Turbo by the DSB?
Yes. Yes.
And you recall attributing a lack of candor to a statement by Altman regarding the review of the GPT-4 Turbo by the DSB?
The issue with the GPT-4 Turbo DSB review was that Sam had, communicated with the CTO, indicating that this particular product might not need to go through the DSB review. So just to clarify your question about lack of candor, this would have been, I would have described it as, and communicating with a couple of senior leaders in a way that seemed like he wasn't being truthful with them. And then the village was also unaware of that interaction and unaware that there was potentially an attempt to slide this model past safety review.
And then everything you know about that, you learned from Mr. Sutzke learning through a few screenshots in his document, correct?
Yes.
And inquiring about this, the board didn't talk with Clown or Altman about what had happened, right?
Correct.
And the GPT-4 Turbo was not an entirely new model, was it? It was just an extension of GPT-4, right?
It was, yes, it was an extension of GPT-4, I think.
And GPT-4 that was a DSB review, didn't it?
This was a different implementation of GPT-4 and
whether GPT-4 was a DSB review.
GPT-4 did, although this GPT-4 Turbo was also required to go through DSB review. And by this conversation, I think Sam was trying to indicate that they didn't need to go through.
So the GPT-4 Turbo did go through DSB review.
It may have.
Do you think the release of GPT-4 Turbo is unsafe?
I think I don't consider the release of GPT-4 Turbo unsafe. And I would like to elaborate that wasn't the question at hand. The question that we were considering in that was the process sufficient to make sure that we could be ensured that models then and going forward into the future would be handled and put through a process of safety review in a way that was sufficient and acceptable to the board. And
you mentioned an issue regarding GPT-4, you recall that?
Mm-hmm.
That involved a limited test of a product. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And you didn't ask Mr. Altman about it, did you?
There was, in the course of that all-day board meeting that we were there, it didn't come up until after I left. But
did you ever approve a transaction as to which you believe that Altman had an undisclosed conflict of interest?
Did I approve a transaction where I thought he might have an undisclosed COI pertaining to that transaction?
That's right.
I do not believe so.
You talked about Altman's interest in the startup fund. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Are you aware that Altman never invested in that as a limited partner?
I don't feel confident I recall the details specifically now. Just say.
Are you aware that Altman never received a distribution or any economic benefit?
I don't feel confident to say.
So you certainly don't know that he received a distribution or economic benefit from that, right?
I don't know if he did.
Aside from that concern relating to that incident, did Microsoft play any role in your decision to vote to fire Mr. Altman?
No, I wouldn't characterize it like that.
Is it correct that during your time on the board, you did not have visibility into Microsoft safety-related practices?
Apart from, jointly, apart from DSB, I didn't have knowledge of processes internal to Microsoft.
In the weeks following Mr. Altman's firing, was it your understanding that OpenAI had the final say on any decisions about who would be added to the OpenAI board?
Yes.
And you testified earlier about various incidents. Was one of those incidents Mr. Altman's foot dragging over adding an AI safety expert to the board?
That was, I think the fact that process was enabled to result in adding independent members and an AI safety member to the board exacerbated our concerns, yes.
And was another one of those incidents that Mr. Altman's representation of the 3 enhancements to GPT-4 had all been approved by the safety board?
Yes, that was.
Was another one of those instances that Mr. Altman's failure to disclose that a GPT-4 test was released in India without a safety board review? Could you answer whether that was another incident?
Yes.
Was another incident Mr. Altman's failure to inform the board prior to ChatGPT's release?
Yes.
Another incident, Mr. Altman's misrepresentation about you allegedly saying Ms. Toner should obviously leave the board?
Yes, sir.
Another incident, Mr. Altman's misrepresentation that the legal department told him GPT-4 Turbo did not need a safety board review?
Yes, that we saw screenshots to that effect.
And did those 6 incidents cause you concern about Mr. Altman's commitment to AI safety?
They caused me concern about those and I think a broader pattern that we're observing, through this broad pattern caused us concern that we would not appropriately be able to oversee the for-profit, and that had implications for safety.
So did Mr. Altman's handling those 6 incidents impair the board's ability to manage AI safety risks?
I do believe it impaired our ability to do so with respect to the OpenAI and OpenAI activity.
And did those 6 incidents also cause you to question whether Mr. Altman was prioritizing commercial interests over OpenAI's mission?
It did. They did cause me to question that.
Notwithstanding those 6 incidents, McCauley, you reached the conclusion that it was better to reinstate Mr. Altman with the governance provisions that you and your fellow directors instituted as compared to allowing OpenAI to disintegrate, correct?
Yes.
And we made the decision to reinstitute Mr. Altman as CEO believing it was in the best interest of OpenAI and the mission, correct?
I guess as compared to the alternative of the company, own part.
And that was the alternative that appeared to be available, correct?
That it appeared possible.
All right. Thank you. Next witness.
Your Honor, plaintiff calls Dean David Shizer.
Come on forward. You take the stand, please.
Please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this court and jury shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or so you affirm. Please say, I do, or I affirm. Thank you, sir. Please be seated. Speak clearly into the microphone. Please state your full name and spell out your last name for the record.
David Shizer, spelling is Schizer.
Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
You may proceed once I have my binder.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think there's your. So, yes. Okay, you may proceed.
Lori, what's your professional position?
I am Dean Emeritus and Harvey Miller Professor of Law at Columbia Law School.
Provide an expert opinion in this case.
Yes.
On what topics were you asked to opine?
So the custom and practice when nonprofits have joint ventures or for-profit affiliates with for-profit companies, and whether OpenAI followed those practices.
Okay. Are your opinions provided with a reasonable degree of professional certainty?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to tell the jury a bit about your background. Would it help you to have a graphic to do that?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
And then I don't see his report in your binder, is that right? I'll get it.
Second. There's a supplement. See. Tell the jury about your education, please.
So I went to Yale for college, got a master's in history there, and also went to Yale Law School.
What did you do after graduating law school?
I worked as a law clerk for a judge here in California on the Ninth Circuit, Alex Kaczynski, and then I clerked for a year for Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg on the U.S. Supreme Court.
Very briefly, could you explain to the jury what it means to be a law clerk, a judicial law clerk?
It's a fantastic job. You get to work with the judges. She makes decisions. You do research for her. You help with whatever she needs. It was wonderful.
When did you begin your career? I'm sorry, what did you do after clerking?
After clerking, I practiced as a tax lawyer in New York at a firm called Davis Polk.
When did you begin your career as a law professor?
The summer of 1998, which is starting to seem like a long time ago.
Where did you do that?
At Columbia.
What's the focus of your academic work?
So I focus on nonprofits and nonprofit tax, other parts of the tax law, and transactions, venture capital, derivatives, other things.
Have you taught courses that address nonprofit management and structure?
Yes, I just finished teaching one for yet another time. It's nonprofit law, taxation, and management.
Have you given training on those topics to other organizations?
Yes. I mean, I've given lectures at Harvard and Yale here in the US, at Oxford in the UK. I also give a lot of lectures and training sessions at institutions like, law firms, for example, even at Wachtell Lipton, Sullivan and Cromwell, Paul Weiss, also at nonprofits like the New York State Bar Association and others.
Have you ever worked as an officer of a nonprofit corporation?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And where was that?
So I served as Dean of Columbia Law School for 10 years from 2004 to 2014. And in addition, I served as CEO of a humanitarian organization called JDC, or the American Jewish Joint Distribution Committee. It's kind of a mouthful. And that was for 3 years from 2017 to 2019.
Tell the jury about what you did when you were managing Columbia Law School.
So it's part of a bigger nonprofit, which is Columbia University, but the law school runs fairly independently. And so I managed our budget, which at the time was about $150 million a year. We had 400 employees. Part of my job was to raise money for the school. We also hired quite a number of faculty while I was there. I was very involved in that. Wonderful job, really enjoyed it.
Tell the jury about what you did at the American Jewish Joint Distribution Community.
So that's an international humanitarian organization. The budget there, when I was CEO, was about $360 million a year. We had thousands of employees. And the mission is to help vulnerable people all over the world. I was brought in by board members who thought the mission was wonderful, and I agreed, but that they wanted to have people rethink some things and find new ways to do it. And so we changed the planning process. We changed the way we budgeted, cut some costs, raised some money. It was very fulfilling.
About how many employees does JDC have?
Several thousand.
Tell the jury about your approach to leading the JDC as a CEO.
So I was very much about preserving the mission, but rethinking the way to do it and trying to use techniques from the business world to make our work more effective.
As the Dean of Columbia Law School and the CEO of JDC, did you interact with the boards of those organizations?
All the time.
Have you personally served on any nonprofit boards?
I've served on many nonprofit boards.
Can you just give us a few examples, please?
Sure. So right now, I'm what's called the second vice chair of the New York State Bar Association's tax section. I was the secretary last year, second vice chair, first vice chair. I'll be chair in 2028. Another example is there's an institution called the 92nd Street Y in New York. And unfortunately, they had a bit of a scandal involving their CEO. So after that happened, they brought me in and they created a new governance committee and asked me to chair it. So that's one that I've done. I also was on the board of something called the Landfest Institute for Journalism, which owns the Philadelphia Inquirer.
Okay. How does a nonprofit own the Philadelphia Inquirer?
So a friend of mine, his name was Jerry Landfest, bought the paper as a service to the city because it was otherwise going to close. And he read an article that I wrote saying that one way to manage that is to make it a nonprofit. And so we put it into a nonprofit family, but we made it the subsidiary, and we spent about a year figuring out how to do that.
Have you written any books about nonprofits?
I have indeed. The book is called How to Save the World in 6 Not So Easy Steps, Bringing Out the Best in Nonprofits.
What did you draw upon to write the book?
So partly it was my own experiences at JDC, at Columbia, and as a board member at these places and others. But I also interviewed 25 other nonprofit leaders because I thought that it would be more meaningful and a better book if I was drawing on broader set of insights.
Have you testified at trial as an expert witness before?
No.
Are you being compensated for your work in connection with this case?
Yes.
At what rate?
$1,500 per hour.
How does that rate compare to what you would charge for other consulting work?
It's the same.
Has your compensation in any way influenced the opinions that you're going to provide the jury?
No.
Your Honor, I tender Dean David Schizer as an expert witness.
On nonprofit.
On the issue of nonprofits.
Your Honor, we don't stipulate, but we don't object to the testimony continuing. We don't stipulate to his expertise and qualification, but we would address it on cross, so we think the testimony should continue.
Okay, well, how about Microsoft? Is there an objection on credentials?
Your Honor, not for Microsoft.
What is the issue?
There's no issue, Judge. Just noting that we will have some questions about qualifications on cross.
Well, I'm going to admit as an expert, I guess I can subject it to reservation, but it's odd.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, I'm not going to have you do it now. Go ahead.
May I proceed? Professor Scissor, would you explain the jury what distinguishes a nonprofit organization from a for-profit organization?
So a for-profit organization's main goal is to make money for its owners. And that's simply not the case with a nonprofit. Instead, with a nonprofit, the goal is to do some good in the world.
And what are the defining characteristics of a nonprofit organization?
So doing that good in the world is called a mission. And I think the mission is the defining difference between a nonprofit and a for-profit. Mission might be healthcare if you're a hospital, or spiritual growth if you're a house of worship, or education if you're a university, but it's the mission that you're really focused on. And then part of that is not only are you not making money for owners, but you don't have owners. And so that means that when a nonprofit makes more money than it spends in a given year, so it has a surplus, that surplus has to be invested in the mission, and it can't be paid out to owners because there are no owners. Whereas with a for-profit, obviously, it can be paid to the owners.
Are you familiar with the term insiders in the nonprofit world?
Yes.
What does that mean? Explain
So
that, please.
that refers to the people who run the nonprofit. It's the board of directors and the so-called officers, the senior people who run it day to day, the CEO, the president, the CFO, that sort of person, insiders.
Are nonprofit officers and employees compensated differently from officers and employees of for-profit organizations?
Yes.
How so?
Sure. So the part of the reason people come work at nonprofits is because of the mission. And so it's pretty well understood that when you work for a nonprofit, you're going to make less money than when you work for a for-profit institution, and people are willing to take that pay cut because they feel really good about the work that they're doing. And so related to that, I said, a nonprofit, it can't pay its owners. Well, it doesn't have owners, but the closest that might come are the board of directors, the senior officers, and you can't let them get too much money. You have to be careful about the pay, or you might stop acting like a nonprofit, which has all kinds of legal and other issues with it.
And does nonprofit status, being a nonprofit, influence how an organization then pursues its activities?
Oh, for sure.
How so?
So you can actually have organizations in the same industry, and some are nonprofits and some are for-profits. And probably the most common example of this is a hospital. There are both for-profit and nonprofit hospitals, but they're going to provide care very differently. So if you happen to be someone who can't afford the care that you're looking for, and you go to a for-profit hospital, they're perfectly free to say, listen, I'm sorry, but we can't help you. Whereas a nonprofit hospital is supposed to have ways of helping people who can't pay the expected price. And another difference is not just, what you charge people, but also the way the place is governed. So with a for-profit hospital, the board of directors could be the owners, or, a bunch of doctors who use the hospital to make money. That's not permissible with a nonprofit hospital. You're supposed to have a board that represents the community.
So what does a nonprofit do with its revenue then?
Has to use it for the mission.
So the example that you gave for the hospitals just there, if it's a nonprofit hospital, it's getting revenue from insurance and patients and whatever. What is it supposed to do with that revenue then?
So it will use the revenue in part to pay for the care for people who can't pay. That's one of the things they do. And if they happen to be making a lot of money, they can buy new equipment to make the care better. They can make investments. It's just what they can't do is say, hey, you doctors, we love you. We made X dollars. You get 1/10 of X, you get 1/10 of X. That's what a for-profit does. But a nonprofit can't do that.
Are nonprofits restricted in how they can use their assets?
Yes.
Also,
they have to be committed to the mission. And you can't sort of say, hey, let's let these other people use it, make some money from it. It has to be for the mission.
Okay. I ask you about oversight of nonprofits. Who's responsible for ensuring that the nonprofit advances the nonprofit mission?
So with the nonprofit, it's fundamentally the board of directors. That's a key part of their role in providing oversight to the nonprofit. And the senior professionals, the so-called officers, are also supposed to do that under the supervision of the board.
So the senior officers would be someone who would be called a CEO or a president?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you about the fiduciary duties applicable to nonprofit board members. Would it help you to explain those to the jury if you had a graphic?
Yes, please.
Okay. Can we put one up, please? What's a fiduciary duty, first of all?
So this is a legal obligation that the board of directors and the senior officers owe to the nonprofit. And by the nonprofit, we really mean the mission and the public. And so one of the duties is called the duty of loyalty. And that's really about the idea that when you make decisions for the nonprofit, you need to focus on the nonprofit's interests, not your own or someone else's private interests. So there's a real concern about conflicts of interest. You have to be really careful about how you handle those. There's also the duty of obedience, and that's really about sticking to your mission. If you've got a mission and there are other things people are saying, hey, let's do this instead, the duty of obedience says, no, we have a mission, we're responsible to do it, and you stick to it. And then the duty of care is really about competence. It's about making sure that money isn't wasted, that decisions are informed. People need to learn what they need to know to make good decisions. It's about being careful.
Is it the obligation of nonprofit board members to educate themselves on their fiduciary duties?
Yes.
Are there ways that you can go about doing that?
Absolutely.
How?
This is one of the things I've done over the years is give training sessions. They're perfectly easy to arrange. And also there are probably people within the nonprofit, maybe the lawyers who can help do that as well.
How do nonprofit boards exercise their authority to ensure compliance with those fiduciary duties?
So boards have a lot of power, but they're not running the place day to day. And so one of the key things that they need to do is to pick the CEO and evaluate the CEO. And if they think necessary, then replace the CEO. That's probably their most important power.
And to fulfill their duties, the board members, what do they need from the people on the ground running the business or running the nonprofit, excuse me?
So I think the fundamental thing they need is information and clear communication. Because if you're not running a place day to day, but you need to be sure that it's running well, then you need enough information about what's happening that you can make a judgment about it, ask for changes, insist on changes if necessary. So that information is absolutely critical.
Can a nonprofit have a for-profit affiliate or subsidiary?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to ask you about the use of for-profit affiliates by nonprofits. Would it help you to have a graphic to explain that?
Yes, please.
Okay. Why would a nonprofit have a for-profit affiliate?
So there are different reasons. There are some rules under the tax law about things nonprofits can't do or can't do too much of. Certain kinds of political activity is one. Doing too much business activity that's not related to your mission is another. And so a solution to that is you take that activity out of the nonprofit and you put it in a for-profit subsidiary or affiliate. Another reason is that the nonprofit can't have investors because it can't sell interest in itself because it can't distribute profits. So if you want to try to get investment from other people, you can create a subsidiary or an affiliate, and the affiliate can take investors. And in the same way, a nonprofit can't give employees equity in itself. Columbia can't, give me equity in Columbia University because I work for them. But what a nonprofit can do, again, is create a for-profit affiliate and give equity in that.
How does the creation of a for-profit affiliate impact the nonprofit's mission?
So I think the short answer is it needs to help the mission. It needs to advance the mission. And what it can't do is either undermine or distract the nonprofit from its mission, because the nonprofit has to stay focused on its mission.
So is it fair that the work of the for-profit must further the mission of the nonprofit?
Yes.
Can you give the jury an example, a simple example maybe, of a nonprofit with a for-profit affiliate?
Sure. So there are some wonderful museums with great collections, and the people who run them know how to do it, but they might not be experts at running a good cafeteria or at running a museum store. And so sometimes they'll partner with a for-profit entity and say, hey, could you help us run the store or the cafeteria?
And what happens with the profits that the store or the cafeteria make from selling food or selling the things that a museum store would sell?
So again, the whole purpose is to advance the mission. So a lot of that revenue is supposed to go to the museum. And of course, they'll share some with the for-profit partner to compensate it for what it's doing.
How important is that, by the way?
So critical that the nonprofit is careful to make sure that it's not overpaying, because this is supposed to be a way to help the mission, not a way to drain money out of the nonprofit so it can't pursue the mission as well. It's critical.
Can tensions arise between the for-profit affiliate's pursuit of profits and the nonprofit mission?
Absolutely. Because again, a for-profit business, its fundamental goal is to make money for its owners, and that simply can't be the fundamental goal of a nonprofit. The nonprofit needs to pursue its mission. And so if the for-profit is saying, let's do this, we can make more money, and the nonprofit says, no, we can't do that, that's inconsistent with our mission, then you can have tension.
I ask you about how nonprofits protect the mission when they have for-profit affiliates. Would help you to have a slide for that.
Yes.
So how do they do that? How do nonprofits protect the mission when they have a for-profit affiliate?
So the mission has to come first. You can't basically give in to the for-profit partner's interest in making money at the expense of the mission. And how do you do that? One way you do that is you make sure that it's the nonprofit at the end of the day that can make the decision. So in the little example I was mentioning before, where the nonprofit is saying, no, we can't do that, it can't then be saying, please, don't make us do that. No, I mean, the idea is the nonprofit has to be the one that says you can't do it. And they have to have a real power to do that. And the other thing is when there are economic terms that are negotiated, they have to be fair to the nonprofit. Sometimes they could even be favorable, but they can't be unfavorable, because again, that would be a way in which money is being drained out of the nonprofit for the benefit of a small group of people or companies. And that's, not something a nonprofit can allow. You can lose your tax exemption. It's a big problem.
Are formal contracts sufficient to protect the mission when a nonprofit is collaborating with a for-profit?
So I would say no. I think they're necessary. I think you want to have a clear understanding that this is the way it's going to be done. But I say necessary, but not sufficient, because, just words on the page, it's not enough. Sometimes that just becomes window dressing. It's just for show. It has to be real. So if a nonprofit has control, it has to actually have control.
How do these principles apply when a for-profit subsidiary is formed to provide equity-like compensation to the employees of the for-profit entity?
So it's really the same issues. It's fine to pay your employees for the good work that they're doing. And you can even use a for-profit affiliate to give them equity. But it has to also be the case that the nonprofit is earning a good return also, because otherwise what you have is basically the resources that are being generated aren't going to the mission. They're going to make your employees rich, make your for-profit partner rich. And that's not something a nonprofit can do.
Okay. Are employees of a for-profit subsidiary of a nonprofit compensated differently from employees of a for-profit company that isn't affiliated with a nonprofit?
Yes.
How so?
So again, when people come work for a nonprofit, and this is also true of the for-profit affiliate of the nonprofit, part of the reason they're expected to be there is because they love the mission. And so they wouldn't get paid as much, and they might be paid very well. But, one example would be universities hire investment managers. They're often really good at what they do, and they're paid well, better than professors, by the way, but that's a conversation for another day. But the point is they don't make nearly as much money as if they start their own investment fund. I mean, it's just multiples of multiples different. And they know that, and they're happy with it because they love the mission and they want to be a part of it.
Can a nonprofit collaborate with a for-profit company? I'm not talking about the formation of the for-profit subsidiary, whether it does or doesn't have that. Can there be a collaboration between another? Okay. And what would be an example of that?
So you could create a joint venture and you could work on something together.
When a nonprofit collaborates with a for-profit, can tensions arise between the nonprofit's mission and the for-profit's pursuit of profits?
Yes, for the same reasons, different goals.
And how do nonprofits protect that mission in those circumstances?
It's really the same point. They've got to have control so that they can't be dragged into doing things that aren't advancing the mission. And the economic terms have to be at least fair to the nonprofit. They could be favorable, but they can't be unfavorable.
What should a nonprofit do if its collaboration with a for-profit jeopardizes the mission?
They should fix it or they should end it.
So I'm going to ask you about materials that you reviewed in connection with reaching your opinions here. Can you tell the jury what it is that you've done, what you've looked at?
Yes. So I looked at various corporate documents about the formation of an operation of the for-profit affiliate at OpenAI and the creation of OpenAI itself. Nonprofits have annual tax returns that they file. They're publicly available. I've seen those. Other materials from the case, emails, text exchanges, witness testimony, and also academic articles, other authorities.
Did you review testimony that was given in this case?
Yes.
Okay. If you go into your binder, you'll see plaintiff's exhibits 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, and 58, which the parties have stipulated are admissible. Would you go through? You've been through these and you know what they are, right?
Yes.
Can you just tell the jury generally what they are?
So these are the tax returns that I mentioned. They're called Form 990s. And almost all nonprofits have a legal obligation to file them. And unlike the tax return that I file, which is private, a nonprofit's tax return is disclosed to the public.
Okay. Your Honor, I move the admission of plaintiff's exhibits. I think 51 and 52 are in. 50.
They're in. They're in.
Okay, thank you. Can we just put up the first page of 53? You've got it up. Okay, for example. And just, can we make it a little larger just so that the jury can see where it is? And this is, can you say, would you just tell us what it is, Professor?
So this is a tax return. It's from it's 2016, the tax return from 2016.
I'm going to ask you some more questions about these tax returns later, but right now I want to ask you about the agreements. We could take that down now. Thank you. The agreements with Microsoft. When did Microsoft first invest in OpenAI?
2019.
How did they do that, given that Microsoft was a nonprofit?
Right? That OpenAI is a nonprofit.
Excuse me, that OpenAI was a nonprofit.
So they can't invest in the nonprofit directly because nonprofits can't sell equity in themselves. So they formed a limited partnership, is what it was called at the time, which is basically another entity that was a way for them to work together.
Were there agreements that governed the relationship between Microsoft and OpenAI, this for-profit entity?
Yeah, so there's one that I'd call the investment agreement, and that's really the so-called limited partnership agreement, which talks about the powers and responsibilities of the different organizations, and it also talks about the money that's being put in and the terms of that.
And what does, is there another agreement?
Sorry, and
what is that? That's okay.
There is a second agreement, which I'll call the commercial agreement. JDCA is another acronym people are using for it. And that's really about the collaboration between the two parties, the intellectual property they create, what happens to it, and that sort of thing.
You recall when the first agreement between Microsoft and OpenAI was entered into?
July 2nd, 2019.
And
my son's 11th birthday, by the way.
Okay. Unrelated, I'm sure.
Yes.
And were there later investments as well?
Yes, there was an investment in 2021 and another investment in 2023.
And did anything happen to OpenAI in terms of its corporate structure after 2023?
Yes. So after 2023, instead of the joint venture being a partnership, and then it was changed to be a limited liability company, which is very similar. In 2025, it became what's called a public benefit corporation.
And what tell the jury what a public benefit corporation is, and first of all, I guess, yeah, please.
So a public benefit corporation is a for-profit corporation, and like for-profit corporations, generally it can and is supposed to make money for its owners. But what's different is a public benefit corporation also allows the people who run it to pursue another goal and to balance those goals.
So is how would you say a public benefit corporation that is different from a nonprofit?
So it's very different because a public benefit corporation can make money for its owners. Often it's expected to make money for its owners. A nonprofit is simply not allowed to make money for owners. So although they may be both pursuing a mission, it's going to be different.
And you could you have a sell stock in a nonprofit?
You could not, but you can in a public benefit corporation.
Great. So as part of your opinions and analysis in this case, did you identify OpenAI's nonprofit mission?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you Plaintiff's Exhibit 16, which has been admitted into evidence. You know what that document is?
So this is the certificate of incorporation. This is the legal document that created the nonprofit, the nonprofit OpenAI.
Okay. I'm going to put up Plaintiff's Exhibit 22. You know what this is?
Yes. So when OpenAI wanted to do business in the state of California, they had to apply to do that. And this is the document where they did. And I should say each of these describes the mission. This one does too.
And Your Honor, I apologize for this. The parties have stipulated that this document may be admitted into evidence. It is not technically admitted. I shouldn't have put it up on the screen.
So you cannot speak that loud or we won't have any of your words on the transcript.
Okay.
Fast, I should say. It's admitted.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sorry, could you just say, Professor, does this, what you've just shown there is highlighted, so reflect the mission?
Yes, this is a description by OpenAI of its mission in the California application to do business.
Okay, I'm going to show you Plaintiff's Exhibit 24, which has been admitted into evidence. Can you tell the jury what this document is?
Yes, so this is OpenAI's charter. This is the way they describe their mission on their website.
Is that still the way they do that, as far as you know?
Yes.
And did you consider all three of these in determining what OpenAI's mission is?
Yes, I did.
Can you briefly tell the jury what that mission is based on that?
So obviously they want to research and develop artificial intelligence, but they highlight four things that are kind of unique about it. And the first is a commitment to safety. And these documents talk about the risk that when for-profit companies are racing to try to develop this as quickly as they can, there's a risk that they might cut corners on safety. And so what OpenAI is saying, we won't do that. We're going to prioritize safety. Another thing they say is sort of open source, and they're going to be cooperative. They're going to share what they know as appropriate. And then a third aspect of it is sort of broadly distributed benefits for the world. And fourth, and related to that, it's not about enriching a group of people. It's about making this better for everyone.
With that mission in mind, I'm going to ask you some questions, hypothetical questions about OpenAI's adherence, their following of that mission in 2022 to 2023 timeframe. I'm going to ask you to assume that Mr. Altman, the CEO, said or strongly implied that three types of release for a new model had passed safety review by OpenAI's Deployment Safety Board when, in truth, only one type of release had passed. Would it be consistent with the nonprofit custom and practice for Mr. Altman, the CEO, to misrepresent to the board that all three methods of release had passed the safety review? Objection. Why not?
So there's an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
What's the objection?
I believe that this is within the scope of the witness's appropriate testimony.
Okay. Well, where is it in his report?
This would be in
And I have both a rebuttal and a primary.
paragraphs 82 to 85 of the opening.
Okay, hold on. Okay, and where else? It seems to be in those paragraphs. Overruled.
Okay. Would it be consistent with the nonprofit's custom and practice for Mr. Altman, the CEO, to misrepresent to the board that all three methods of release had passed safety review?
No, it wouldn't.
Why not?
So 2 reasons. The first is OpenAI has emphasized that part of its mission, a key part of its mission, is safety, and that they're going to prioritize safety over profits, as I mentioned before. And so part of that is taking safety reviews seriously. And so if something needs to be subject to safety review, that needs to happen. And I should be clear, it's not that, maybe it's not subject to review and maybe that's not a big deal because it wasn't unsafe in and of itself. That doesn't matter so much. What matters is the process issue. If you have safety reviews, you got to do them because maybe sometimes the errors are harmless, but other times they won't be. You got to be sure that they're being used, which brings me to the second problem, and that is it's the board's job to make sure that the nonprofit is sticking to its mission and doing what it needs to do. And the board can't do that unless it knows what's happening. And if someone is misrepresenting what happened to the board, they can't provide that supervision and they really can't do their job. And then there's a risk that the nonprofit doesn't stick to its mission.
Let's assume a different scenario. Assume that Microsoft launched a test of a GPT-4 model without safety board approval. In your opinion, would it be consistent with the nonprofit custom and practice for OpenAI to allow Microsoft to do that test?
No.
Why not?
So the same reasons and one other. We've got to make sure that safety is being respected as a key part of the mission. And if there are processes that are supposed to be followed, they need to be followed. And I think it's actually worse in a way if it's the for-profit partner that's doing this, because there is this risk that for-profit partners are going to maybe be more focused on profit than the nonprofit is. And so whatever processes apply to the nonprofit really also need to be applied carefully and consistently and effectively to the for-profit as well. So it's potentially a problem. Again, even if this particular release wasn't a big deal, even if it wasn't unsafe, this process issue is critical. These safety reviews need to happen.
Now, I want you to further assume that Mr. Altman, the CEO, was aware of this and never informed OpenAI's board of directors about Microsoft launching that test of the ChatGPT-4 model. In your opinion, would that be consistent with the nonprofit custom and practice?
No.
Why not?
So the board and the CEO need to be partnering, working together to make sure that the mission is being followed. And the board needs to know what's happening. And if there's a potential problem and the mission isn't necessarily being followed the way it needs to be, they really need to know. And if the CEO is withholding that information, it's a big problem.
I'm going to ask you to assume another scenario. Assume that Mr. Altman, the CEO, told OpenAI's chief technology officer, Mira Murati, that one of OpenAI's in-house lawyers had said a particular GPT model, GPT Turbo, did not require a safety review. And then I'd also ask you to assume that the lawyer never said that. Would it be consistent with nonprofit custom and practice for Mr. Altman, the CEO, to misrepresent what he was told about the safety review?
No.
Why not?
So the CEO's job is to make sure that safety reviews that are needed actually happen. And he needs to model that, and he needs to emphasize it so that everyone who works for him knows that that's important. And if instead what he's doing is sort of trying to maneuver to have things that are supposed to be reviewed, not reviewed, it sends a really bad signal within the organization. And again, whether or not this particular missed review is important, maybe there wasn't a particular safety issue, that doesn't matter. What matters is if it's the process has to be followed, because the process is what's backstopping the mission.
So just to clarify that point, does it matter at all whether there was a safety problem that occurred from any of the hypothetical situations that I've given you so far?
Yeah, so I'm saying no. I think the point is not, oh my God, look what happened. What I'm saying is these processes are there for a reason. And if they're casually ignored and the board isn't told about it, then who knows what the next one is going to be. That could be the really bad one. And you need the processes in place and respected to avoid that.
How important is it for the CEO of a nonprofit to communicate honestly, candidly with the board?
Critical.
And is the failure to do so a departure from the custom and practice of
absolutely
nonprofit industry? Thank you. I'm going to ask you now about, are you familiar with an entity called the OpenAI Startup Fund?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to assume that the OpenAI Startup Fund was created to invest in companies that could use OpenAI products. I ask you to further assume that Mr. Altman had some form of ownership interest in the OpenAI Startup Fund. Assume that Mr. Altman, the CEO, never disclosed that ownership interest in the OpenAI Startup Fund to the OpenAI board. Would that be consistent with nonprofit custom and practice?
No, it wouldn't.
Why not?
So boards need to know what senior executives are doing for a bunch of reasons. One is if they're involved in another business, maybe they're spending too much time on that, not enough time on their main job. Maybe there are good things that come along, and the question is who should have that opportunity, and it really ought to be the nonprofit, the one you work for, that has that opportunity. You don't want someone taking the opportunity for a side venture. And if the two end up, if these businesses, the nonprofit and the other entity, they do a deal together, got to be sure that the nonprofit's economic interests are protected. And if the CEO is supposed to do that, but he's also on the other side of the transaction, it's bad. So I'm not saying any of these were true here or had to be true here. The point is, any potential conflict of interest, something that the board needs to know about. And this is not a difficult point. Every nonprofit that I know about, including really small ones, have a process where, at once a year, you do a conflict of interest form, you submit it, you tell them what your conflicts might be. This is such basic stuff. And the fact that somehow this potential conflict wasn't disclosed to the board it's not consistent with custom.
Objection, Your Honor. He said wasn't disclosed. He's outside of the hypothetical.
Okay, so all of these members of the jury are done in hypotheticals because it is not this witness's purview to make any factual decisions. All of those are your factual decisions. Once you make those factual decisions, you can decide whether or not and to what extent you'd consider this opinion. Okay, so the opinion is limited to the jury's finding, and it's
for the record, the non-disclosure is part of the hypothetical, but I'm going to move on to another one. Assume now that the board fired Mr. Altman because it concluded that Mr. Altman engaged in a pattern of dishonesty and untruthfulness in his communications with the board. And assume that the pattern of dishonesty included scenarios we discussed earlier, specifically Mr. Altman misrepresenting that these types of releases had passed safety review, Microsoft's launch of testing without safety review, and Mr. Altman's misrepresentations about the need for safety review of GPT Turbo. Further assume that the board fired Mr. Altman because Mr. Altman was resistant to board oversight. And further assume that the board fired Mr. Altman because senior leaders of OpenAI had raised concerns about his management practices and his manipulation of board processes. Would it be consistent with the nonprofit custom and practice for the board to fire Mr. Altman for these reasons?
Yes.
Why?
So the board oversees the CEO. The CEO works for the board, and the board's job is to make sure that the CEO is staying on mission and doing a good job. And the only way they can do that effectively is if they've got the information they need in order to evaluate how the nonprofit's doing and how the CEO is doing. And so if a board encounters a CEO or learns that their CEO isn't sharing necessary information, or maybe even worse, is lying to them, that's a big problem. And there's an old saying, like, it takes a career to build a reputation and 5 minutes to destroy it. Like, you don't want to be known as a liar, and people tend to worry about dealing with you after that.
Now I want you to assume that after Mr. Altman's firing, Microsoft hired Mr. Altman to run an AI initiative, and that Microsoft extended an open job offer to any OpenAI employee who wanted to join Altman at Microsoft, and offered to match their compensation that they were receiving at OpenAI, and further assume that the officers at OpenAI collaborated with Microsoft in extending these job offers, and that Microsoft's actions created a risk that a substantial number of OpenAI employees would leave OpenAI for Microsoft. I also want you to assume that during this time, Microsoft's CEO, Satya Nadella, urged OpenAI independent directors to rehire Mr. Altman. Would it be consistent with nonprofit custom and practice for the board to rehire Mr. Altman under those circumstances?
I don't think so, no.
Why not?
Order number 2, as it relates to Microsoft's mill number 2.
Sustained. Well, restate a question.
Okay.
Consistent with my pretrial order.
I would ask you to assume that in connection with his reinstatement, Mr. Altman was discussing potential OpenAI board members with 2 Microsoft executives. Sure. Was discussing potential OpenAI board members with 2 Microsoft executives, Satya Nadella, the CEO, and Kevin Scott, another senior executive. I want you to assume that after Mr. Altman suggested a particular candidate, Mr. Nadella responded, no, and Mr. Scott responded, strong no, strong no. Assume that the candidate was not appointed. Would it be consistent with nonprofit custom and practice for OpenAI?
Your Honor, we renew that same objection.
Objection sustained. I suggest that you move away from Microsoft at this point. We can talk about it at a break if you're not done, but the objection sustained.
Okay, so we can revisit it. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to ask you about some of the terms of the relationship between OpenAI and Microsoft, starting with the 2023 agreement. What did you do to familiarize yourself with that 2023 agreement?
So I reviewed the investment agreement and the commercial agreement.
Okay. Are you familiar with the term major decision approval rights as it's used in the investment agreement?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So in a deal, one party may be given the authority to make decisions most of the time. And then you can include what's called a major decisions provision, which gives the other party, the one that isn't usually making decisions, gives that other party the right to veto, the need to approve certain important steps.
In 2023, who held the major decision rights at the OpenAI for-profit?
So Microsoft got a major decisions provision, which basically meant that it had to approve certain steps.
Okay. I'm going to ask you about Microsoft's investments in the for-profit affiliate. Would it help you to give your testimony to the jury if you had a graphic to summarize those investments?
Yes, please.
How much did Microsoft invest in the for-profit affiliate in 2019?
So $1 billion.
How much did they invest in 2021?
$2 billion.
And how much did Microsoft invest in 2023?
$10 billion for a total of $13 billion.
Between 2019, okay, did you determine the amount of money that OpenAI raised through charitable contributions between the period 2016 and 2023?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
The tax returns each year will list what the contributions were.
And was that Plaintiff's Exhibits 51 through 58?
Sounds right, yes.
Okay. How does that investment by Microsoft compare to the amount of charitable contributions that OpenAI received between 2016 and 2023?
So that was about $138 million. And so Microsoft's investments are almost 100 times as much as the philanthropic contributions.
What is that? What's the effect of that?
So it's usually the case that nonprofits are very focused on their donors and what their donors expect and want. And here, it's a bit unusual to be that heavily reliant on a private investor. The other thing is that the efforts to attract philanthropy, they seem to have really trailed off. By 2020, most of it had been given, and they're just $7-8 million, maybe 10 out of the 138 came after that.
What problems can arise if a nonprofit becomes too reliant on for-profit investment?
So I think the only way that you can take for-profit investments and partner with a for-profit institution is if you retain the ability to say, these are the lines, this is what we can do. We can't do these other things because we have to protect our mission. And I think in order to be able to hold that line in a way that seems credible and effective, you want to be able to walk away from a deal if it isn't the right deal. I think it's easier to do that if you've got other funding coming in. And the other thing about philanthropic funding is when you're negotiating with a for-profit partner, you can say, look, I wish we could do that, but our donors would never let us do it. So I think it's helpful to have the philanthropy.
So besides Microsoft, did OpenAI, the for-profit OpenAI subsidiary, did it have other investors?
Yes.
And what would those investors be referred to as?
So they're called first close investors, which means they invested before Microsoft.
And under the 2023 investment agreement with Microsoft, how could those first close investors receive a return on their investment?
So they get their money back, and then if there's enough, they get a defined return on that investment, and this is true of Microsoft also, and that defined return was capped. You could get up to a multiple of what you'd put in.
So you familiar with the term called the target redemption amount?
Yes, so that's the multiple. So for example, in 2019, when Microsoft put $1 million in, It would
$1 billion.
$1 billion. Very sorry. When they put $1 billion in, they hoped to get their $1 billion back. And then beyond that, they could get a return of as much as 20 times their investment. The target redemption amount was 20 times. So that means $20 billion in the case of that first deal.
Are target redemption amounts, are they sometimes referred to as TRAs?
Yes.
It may be easier to refer to them as TRAs from time to time. I'm going to ask you some questions about the investors, their investments, and their TRAs. Would it be helpful to have a graphic to explain that?
Yes.
Okay. So under the 2023 agreement, who was entitled to receive a TRA or target investment?
So Microsoft was also the first close investors that I mentioned before. In addition, there was an allocation of this to employees of the OpenAI for-profit affiliate. And then the nonprofit was also entitled to a TRA.
Okay. Remind the jury, between 2019 and 2023, what was the total investment of Microsoft in OpenAI? Yeah, between 2019 and 2023.
$13 billion.
And what is Microsoft's target redemption amount, or TRA?
So that's 92 billion. And just to explain the graphic, the initial investment is that diagonal line, that's the 13. And then the TRA, the amount up to which they could get a return, that's the 92. And so the total together is 105.
Okay. I'm going to ask you about the first close investors. How much money did they invest?
So that was $133 million. And then their TRA was 13.3 billion. Again, the solid green is the TRA and the diagonal is the initial investment.
And who are the employees that you referred to?
So these are people who work for the OpenAI for-profit affiliate. They're not putting in cash. They're working, and so
no personal knowledge
is reviewed.
And is this in the report? Is this in the report? I need a report. If it is.
Yes, report paragraph 111. And in deposition as well. Page 171, lines 7 to 10. It's open report.
Is it in there or not from your perspective?
Your Honor, he addresses the issue, but the testimony that he just gave is talking specifically about how the employees are going about the investment. We're just asking that he not talk about the facts specifically that he doesn't have personal knowledge of.
That's the nature of an expert.
That's exactly right. That's what experts do. If the evidence, again, is in the record, and the jury finds it to be credible and you decide that's right, then this opinion has merit. If it's not in the record, then it doesn't. So are you disputing it's not in the record?
No, Your Honor, we can continue.
All right, continue.
So just to be clear for the jury,
and just to be clear, you're a professor. I don't want them confused. So make sure that you, in your testimony, make it clear that this is what your understanding is of the trial evidence, okay? That would be helpful. Go ahead.
So explain to the jury, do the employees actually invest money out of their pockets into OpenAI?
So usually the way it works is that they don't put in money, they're investing work. It's compensation for their work.
Okay, and do the employees nonetheless get a TRA?
They do. So the investment agreement says that up to $150 billion of TRAs can be allocated to employees.
All right. And then what about the OpenAI nonprofit? Does it have a TRA under the 2023 agreement?
It does.
All right. And what is that?
So they were treated as investing $60.8 million for some intellectual property. And for that, they got a TRA of $6.08 billion. That's the solid blue, and the diagonal blue is their investment.
Was that based on an actual transfer of the intellectual property?
Yes.
Was there a way that they could have had the for-profit use the intellectual property without transferring it outright?
So this is not what happened here, my understanding, but in principle, what could have happened is the nonprofit could have held on to the intellectual property, continued to own it, and then basically had a contract allowing the affiliate to use it, so-called license.
Okay. What does the pie chart on the right represent?
So this shows you the division of the TRAs, who was getting what.
Okay. And, excuse me. Given these numbers, how much profit must the OpenAI for-profit earn to return all the investments and pay the TRAs?
So to cover all of these TRAs and also the original investments, that would cost about $275 billion.
And what happens if there is profit beyond the $275 billion?
So the deal was that any profit beyond that $275 billion would go only to the nonprofit, and the deal documents, the parties, I think, they were referring to that as the so-called residual, what's left.
Under the 2023 investment agreement, what happens to the TRAs starting in 2025?
So starting in 2025, the TRAs would grow by 20% per year. So instead of saying Microsoft's TRA is 92 billion, starting in 2025, it would grow by 20%. And then in 2026, another 20%. And to be clear, all of the TRAs, not just Microsoft, they would all grow by 20%.
Is that 20% increase in the TRAs something that was in earlier agreements between Microsoft and OpenAI for profit, or was it something that was new to the 2023 agreement?
No, it was not in the 2019 agreement or the 2021 agreement. It was added in the 2023 agreement.
How does the 20% annual increase in the TRAs impact the nonprofit's ability to get a residual?
So remember, the residual is what's left after the TRAs. So that means that if the TRAs are growing by 20%, then that amount, which was going to go to the nonprofit as a residual, no longer does. And so every time the TRAs grow, that basically means the residual gets pushed farther out. Money for the TRAs takes away kind of dollar for dollar from the residual.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to assume certain facts. I'm going to ask you to assume that the OpenAI for-profit entered into an agreement with Microsoft that provides for TRAs, target redemption amounts, paid to first close investors, employees, Microsoft, and then the OpenAI nonprofit. I'd also ask you to assume that the nonprofit is to be paid a residual payment that would be the excess of profits after the TRAs are paid. I ask you to also assume that 2 years into the agreement, the TRAs are increased by 20% annually. Would the 20% increase in the TRAs be consistent with the custom and practice in the nonprofit industry?
So I have real questions about it.
Okay, what is your answer?
So it's a very big increase, 20% a year. And so you sort of start with the idea that the nonprofit wasn't going to get a very big share of the TRAs. It's 6 billion out of 275 is about 2.25%. So really for the nonprofit to make money here, it was mostly going to be about the residual. And so the step to say, gee, let's just make that residual even harder to get to. Let's have everything grow. And not, by the way, 20% one time, 20% every year. So I sort of see this like you had to hit the home run to get the residual. And now we're moving the outfield fence back by 20% every year. So I think this is pretty challenging for the nonprofit and therefore kind of unusual.
So let me ask you, even without the residual, if you were to assume that the first $275 billion in profits, of those, Microsoft receives $105 billion, the employees receive $150 billion, and OpenAI's nonprofit receives $6.14 billion. Is that consistent with nonprofit custom and practice?
So I don't think so.
Okay, why not?
So as I mentioned before, I think when you partner with for-profit investors and when you want to pay your employees with some form of equity, you can do that, but you have to be sure that the nonprofit's economic interests are protected as well. And this can't be structured in a way that the value that you're creating makes other people rich, but doesn't sufficiently help the nonprofit, because that means your work isn't really for the mission anymore. And it also means that, you're making money for specific individuals, which is exactly what a nonprofit can't do. So you can have these collaborations, but it's just really important that you're careful about the terms and that you're sure that the nonprofit is getting an adequate share. And my concern here is, 275 billion, even before the 20% increases, that's a lot of money. And so the idea that the nonprofit is only getting about 2.25% of that, it raises questions like, and Microsoft is getting, 17 times that. Microsoft's contribution really 17 times more important. I mean, if it was, maybe they should have just done this without the nonprofit. What did they need the nonprofit for?
Sustained, and that portion regarding Microsoft's contribution is stricken.
Okay. Let me ask you about the public benefit corporation payment terms.
Actually, we're at our break, so it sounds like this is a good time to take the break.
Great.
We'll stand in recess with the jury for 20 minutes.
Please rise for the jury.
Dean Swisher, the record will reflect that the jury's left. Microsoft brought a pretrial motion, which I granted, which excluded you from talking about Microsoft's conduct in dealing with OpenAI, which was outside of your expert report. Were you advised of that?
Was.
Okay. So that's why I'm sustaining the objections that I am, and you need to be cautious not to violate my order.
You want me to address that?
You may.
Okay. So the opening report, paragraphs 229 to 241.
All right, hold on. Okay.
And then the rebuttal report, paragraph 68 to 69. And maybe I can just speak to the issue. We're not saying that Microsoft was violating.
I'm going to cut to the chase here. I will go and read during the break 229 to 241 and paragraphs 68 and 69.
Wait, can I tell you the questions I was going to ask? Because
I don't need to hear the questions. I need to read.
All right.
And so you reread those paragraphs and you make sure you stick to those paragraphs and nothing else. That's what will make this go by more efficiently. Okay?
Great.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll stand in recess then for 20 minutes.
Thank you.
Court is in recess. Order. The court is back in session.
Okay, we're back on the record. The record will reflect the jury is not here. Dean Swisher, did I say that right?
Shizer, that's the top name.
Okay, so at paragraph 234, it's paragraph 235 and 236, you talk about the allure of profits, that's an opinion, and the financial stakes. So you can testify as to that. And you can testify as to the rebuttal opinion about the IRS ruling 98.15. So those things you can testify to. Your opinions regarding your personal view of the evidence regarding what people did or what they thought, that is your own personal view that's not, that doesn't come in. All right.
Okay, so maybe I just asked my question. I never got my question out either time. My question wasn't about Microsoft's conduct. It was about the nonprofit's conduct, the board members, and then senior members of the management team in dealing with so it was their conduct. That's fine. The way it was, your question was structured, I had concerns about the violation of my order, and as you know, once the bell is rung, it is hard to unring it. So I've looked at this and I can tell you what his opinions are that he can testify to. Okay. And they're in the report. All right? Okay. I just want to tell you the questions I wanted to ask. I want to make sure they're okay. Just okay. Follow his report and you're good, Mr. Molo. Okay, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I just want to say one thing is that our issue is really, I think, in Mr. Molo's phrasing of his questions, feels like he's conflating OpenAI and Microsoft's conduct and suggesting that Microsoft might have violated some custom and practice of for-profits, which is outside of the scope of Mr. Schizer's opinions.
He can testify to what I just said that are in his reports.
Your Honor, I have to apologize. I don't have the report, so
somebody should give it to you. Call the jury. Thank you.
Which paragraphs you said?
I'll give it to you again.
Yeah, that'd be great.
You can approach. So look at 235.
I don't understand how it.
And then on your rebuttal report, it's 67 and 68.
67 and 68. Okay, thank you.
On the rebuttal, that's about the IRS.
Good, thank you.
Yeah. And then on 235, you talk about the pressure on the board. And you can speak to that because it was in your report and I did not strike it. The pre-trial briefing was about, in part, Microsoft is a commercial entity. It's not a nonprofit entity, and its actions are very similar to what for-profit companies do. It's a for-profit company. It can act as a for-profit company.
Thank you.
Okay, you may all be seated. Reflect that the jury is back, but we are going to pause while we get another device. Test, test. Let's try that one. Test, test. Great. All right, you may proceed, Mr. Mullen.
Okay. Dean Schisser, I want to ask you just a couple of questions. I want to be very clear. I'm not asking you about Microsoft's conduct here. I'm asking you about the conduct of OpenAI's board, the nonprofits board, okay? So we're clear on that. I'm not asking about what Microsoft, about their conduct. So I want you to assume that Sam Altman told Microsoft's CEO and another senior executive that he was excited to get the board situation sorted out and that Microsoft would have a board configuration that they could depend on. Would that be consistent with the nonprofits? Okay, the custom practice in the nonprofit industry for a CEO to say that?
No.
Okay, why not?
So the nonprofit's responsibility is to create a board that the mission can rely on, not a board that a for-profit partner can rely on.
Okay, I'm going to ask you another question again. I am not asking about Microsoft's conduct. I'm asking about the for-profit's conduct. I'm sorry, the nonprofit's board's conduct. Would it be consistent with nonprofit custom and practice for nonprofit senior officers to collaborate with a for-profit partner in facilitating employees leaving the, I'm going to withdraw that question. Let me withdraw that question. Would it be consistent with a custom and practice in the nonprofit industry for the nonprofit board to allow a for-profit partner to approve candidates for the nonprofits board?
So nonprofits can collaborate with for-profits, but as I've mentioned, when they do it, they have to be sure that they're protecting the mission and that they can't be influenced by the for-profit's goals. And part of the way you do that is you say, okay, so we, the nonprofit, have to make our own decisions. And it's the nonprofit's board that often is going to have to hold that line. And so therefore a nonprofit can't really involve a for-profit partner because it's the nonprofit board that's going to have to say no to the for-profit partner.
Okay, now, and again, I'm just focusing on the nonprofit board, nonprofit employees. In the 2025 restructuring, how did that creation of the public benefit corporation impact the TRAs and the residual?
So before the restructuring, the way the payments worked is that the nonprofit got a small piece of these TRAs and the other investors got TRAs. And then above that level, it would all go to the nonprofit. So capped profits for the investors and then everything else to the nonprofit. And the 2025 restructuring basically changed that. There are no longer capped profits, and what comes beyond that gets shared with all the investors. So instead of, these TRAs and then a residual, everybody gets a kind of a uniform slice like traditional equity gives you.
Okay, and what's the current cap then on the profits to Microsoft from the PBC?
So there's no cap.
Is it significant that they're not capped?
So it's a change. It's a pretty significant change because if you think of the theory originally as OpenAI is going to provide a return for others to help them get to this level. But then, when things get really good, it all sticks with the nonprofit. This is a very different approach. This is not that approach anymore.
And would having that uncapped profit be consistent at these income levels with custom and practice in the nonprofit industry?
So I think at the end of the day, the key question is, was the nonprofit protecting its economic interests adequately? And a question that I would raise about that is, you could say, well, the nonprofit was really going to get that residual and it wasn't getting a very big share of the other things, but hey, the residual may come. And then when you get to the point where there actually is a significant value to the residual, the nonprofit then kind of split it up and shared it with the other parties. So the question is, was that, were they protecting their economic interests?
In the 2023 agreement, did Microsoft receive anything beyond the TRAs?
Intellectual property, the rights to use intellectual property.
Would it help you to have a slide to talk about that?
Yes, please.
Do you recall what rights to OpenAI intellectual property Microsoft got with the 2023 investment?
So in 2023, they could share, got a license to use all the intellectual property that was developed during the term of the agreement, with a major exception, and the major exception was for AGI. The nonprofit kept that, the AGI.
And what happens in 2025 with the intellectual property rights?
So in 2025, the nonprofit committed to share the AGI with Microsoft. So that was a pretty big change. And there were some carve-outs, research relating to AGI, but AGI itself, they had to share.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to assume that in 2023, Microsoft was given a co-exclusive license to OpenAI's intellectual property for models developed before or during the 2023 agreement's term, excluding AGI. And now assume that in 2025, the license is expanded to include AGI as part of a restructuring to a public benefit corporation under terms that were present in OpenAI's 2025 restructuring. Would that be consistent with custom and practice in the nonprofit industry?
So again, I think the question becomes, was that really generous? And was it consistent with the mission? And I have concerns about it because I think, at least the way I understand this transaction, initially the thought was we the nonprofit, will include other people in our efforts to get to AGI because it helps us to advance the mission of getting to AGI. But once we get there, it'll be ours. We'll figure out how it ought to be used and so on. And this is a departure from that.
I'm going to ask you some questions about the analysis that's typically done in transactions in the nonprofit world. What types of analysis do sophisticated nonprofits customarily perform before entering into complex economic transactions like those that we've just discussed?
So as I've said, it's really necessary to be sure that the terms are fair and to be sure that the nonprofit is protecting its economic interests. And you can't be casual about that. Custom and practice would not be, hey, I'll just stick my finger up in the air and see if it feels good and these numbers seem about all right, sure, let's do it. No, you're supposed to think, to the extent that you can, about whether there are comparable transactions, and if so, what other people are charging. And the nonprofit has to do at least as well as what the market would generally pay. And, this is a somewhat unique situation, so I'm not sure that comparable transactions are easy to find. But at the same time, there are valuation approaches that are pretty conventional that people can use. And part of what strikes me here is, although I think those valuation approaches would have been more challenging early in the deal, by once you have revenue, as they started to have significant revenue in 2023, and they'd released ChatGPT, my understanding is, at that point, those valuation approaches were much more plausible. And so that's what I would expect.
Are there ways that the nonprofit can undertake this analysis through outside resources?
Yes.
What would those be?
So in 2025, my understanding from the documents is that Goldman Sachs was retained in order to do this kind of analysis and help OpenAI negotiate with its for-profit investors in this restructuring. And it's surprising to me that there wasn't a similar financial advisor engaged for what was a $10 billion investment. Like, this is not a small amount of money. I think it would have been custom and practice to have a financial advisor crunching the numbers, helping you make the case for better terms. And at the end of the day, reassuring the board that whatever terms were agreed upon were actually okay.
Let's assume, I'm going to ask you to assume for facts that OpenAI entered into a transaction on the terms of the 2023 agreement. Let's assume that it entered into that transaction without the benefit of a financial advisor like an investment bank. Would that be consistent with the custom and practice of the nonprofit industry?
I'd say no. I think you really need to run those numbers and to have a financial advisor giving you comfort and helping to make the case.
And let's assume that even absent a financial advisor, OpenAI entered into the transaction without performing a detailed quantitative analysis of the value of the deal to the nonprofit. Would that be consistent with the custom and practice in the nonprofit industry?
So I have concerns about the 2023 deal. The 20% annual increases in particular seem to me like an awful lot.
Okay. And just to summarize, the most significant differences between the 2023 transaction and the earlier agreements were what?
So in 2023, the investment from Microsoft was a lot bigger. It had been 1 billion and then 2 billion, and now they were taking 20, which was going to add $60 billion to the TRAs. And that's a lot. And then add that 20% on top of it, and you're really providing a lot of value to your for-profit investors. And it raises the question of whether the nonprofit was protecting its interests.
And in 2025, what were the key changes to Microsoft's rights after the conversion to a public benefit corporation?
So there were really these two fundamental changes, I think, in the theory of the deal. If at first the notion was, hey, we'll pay people, but only up to a cap, and we'll keep everything else. And we'll share everything up to AGI, but we won't share AGI because that's mission critical. If that's the way to understand the earlier deals, then 2025 basically steps away from both. You don't have profit caps, you have uniform slices of equity, and you've given a license for AGI. So big changes.
One moment, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, again, also I meant to say, if I'm being too loud, please also let me know. So thank you. Good afternoon, Dean Shizer.
Good afternoon.
Dean Shizer, I just want to try to clarify a few things from your testimony. First of all, if we could have the slide of qualifications, I think it was slide 5 in the plenty of slides. I'm not sure what order they showed it in, but can we put the slide of your qualifications back up?
Thank you.
These are the qualifications that you went over with the jury earlier, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And Dean Shizer, I just wanted to ask, while you were in law school, Yale Law School, approximately how many classes did you take on the practices of AI-related nonprofits?
I'm sure none.
Okay. Came from Justice Ginsburg, respected judge. Just very curious, approximately how many cases did the court hear that were related to the question of how you value IP in artificial intelligence related nonprofit or profit company?
Objection, irrelevant.
This goes to the weight that the jury will give his opinions overruled.
So I went to law school in the 90s. My clerkship was 1994 to 95. And so artificial intelligence wasn't particularly a prominent phenomenon then.
Okay, so the answer is 0.
Right.
Okay. And the time that you were working as the CEO of the American Jewish Joint Distribution Committee, approximately how many days of your tenure were focused on the discrete issues of custom and practice that are faced by artificial intelligence companies? I just need the number. How many of the days? I just need the number, Dean, please.
I'm not sure what discrete means in your question.
Let me just ask you, the American Jewish Joint Distribution Committee is not an AI nonprofit, correct?
Absolutely correct.
And just to be clear, you're a tax professor primarily, correct?
Tax and business law.
Uh-huh.
So, for example, I teach a class called Deals. I teach a class called Deals, which is about sophisticated transactions, valuation.
I get you.
It's not about tax at all.
I got it.
And I write about that too.
You do understand that OpenAI is an artificial intelligence company, correct?
Yes.
I am correct that you have absolutely no experience in the AI industry, correct? That's a yes or no.
In the AI industry, correct.
Okay. And in fact, you have never spent a day in your life working with an AI company, correct?
So I think
it's a yes or no question, Dean, please.
Is a university an AI company?
If it is not,
then no.
Okay. No. I'm correct that you have no expertise on the technology needed to develop artificial intelligence, correct?
Correct.
Let me just ask you, which of the computers between the NVIDIA H100 and A100 GPUs, which of those did you find to be the most important to the development of ChatGPT?
So that's not an objection.
I object. This is irrelevant, and it has nothing to do with what Professor Schisser opined on, which is done.
Irrelevant. No, let's not make speeches. The objection is sustained. You've made your point. He doesn't have AI experience.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Judge. So I do want to ask you, you talked a little bit about in your testimony, and I think in your report, some of your views as to how one values related to the valuation of intellectual property in an AI technology company. There was some discussion of that, correct?
I think I referenced valuation of interests, yes.
Okay.
Not IP.
But I'm correct, Dean Schisser, that you did not conduct any independent valuation of the IP that the nonprofit transferred to the for-profit company in OpenAI. I'm correct about that, right?
Yes, that was outside the scope of my assignment.
Even if it had been within the scope of your assignment, I am correct that while you teach a class that relates to valuation, you have never been hired to do evaluation of artificial intelligence intellectual property, correct?
So I've been hired to teach classes
No,
that
sir.
address those issues.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
But
Only one of you at a moment. So only one of you. And If you could tilt that mic a little bit down, you're talking right into it. It makes it a little difficult.
Thank you, Judge. Dean Shizer, I just have very limited time, so I just want to focus you on my question. Is this okay, Judge?
Better, thank you.
Thank you. My question is, yes or no, you have never been hired to do evaluation of intellectual property for an artificial intelligence company, correct?
Irrelevance.
For an artificial intelligence company, correct.
Okay. And just to be clear, you talked a little bit about the book that you wrote. What was the name of the book?
How to Save the World in 6 Not So Easy Steps. It's available on Amazon, by the way.
Congratulations. The book does not address customary practice at AI-focused nonprofits specifically, correct?
True.
Okay. And you've never written a book on that topic, correct?
Correct.
In fact, in your analysis, you haven't referenced any specific authority that informs us as to what is customary practice at an AI-specific nonprofit with a for-profit affiliate, correct?
So the assumption in your question is that that's a different analysis than what you'd otherwise do.
Sir, I'm not making any assumptions. I'm asking you a question.
No, he's gonna get to answer that.
And I don't agree, because I think with nonprofits, there are general principles, including the idea that you got to get value. So if you wanted to define the question as you have, then I would agree. It's just that I don't agree with the premise of the question.
Okay. So you agree with me that you agree with me. That's the end of your answer, correct?
So I know about valuation, I know about custom and practice, but I have not, to be clear, applied it specifically to the artificial intelligence nonprofit category.
Professor Shizer, you would agree with me that in terms of some of the complex hypotheticals that were being posed to you about specific practice, custom and practice as it relates to, in some circumstances, highly technical matters at an AI company, it would be helpful. It would be helpful if you had some underlying understanding of the technology that is being used at the nonprofit. You would agree with that, correct? Actually,
so I think lying to the board is a problem across all nonprofits, and a lot of it was about that. But I don't want to give the impression that I pretend to know about the nuances and the details of AI. I don't.
Oh, understood. And we'll get to your testimony about supposed lying. But I just want to focus you on my question, okay? The question that I just asked you, you would agree with me. It would be helpful in terms of dealing with the types of hypotheticals that you addressed earlier related to sometimes technical issues at a AI-specific nonprofit. It would be helpful to have some underlying understanding of the technology involved. Yes or no?
So I actually would say not really. I mean,
that's fine. And just to be clear, you've never read any of the foundational text on AI safety, correct?
Correct.
You've never read Superintelligence by Nick Bostrom, have you?
No.
You've never read Human Compatible by Stuart Russell, right?
No, I'm not here as a safety expert.
Okay, that's fine. Now, just to unpack what you were saying a second ago about the principle, right? This broad principle. Is it your contention, Professor Shizer, that no matter what a nonprofit's mission is, no matter how technologically complex it is, you have sufficient expert knowledge from your years as a law or tax professor in Harlem that you could expertly assess if it was doing everything consistent with custom and practice for a nonprofit? Is that your contention?
Object to the form of the question.
I'm not quite sure which way yes or no goes, but with the way you framed it. But I will say that I spent 13 years leading nonprofits, and that there are general principles that apply to all nonprofits, partly, frankly, because they derive from the law, including tax law. And I'm very comfortable applying those, but I certainly wouldn't be comfortable applying them beyond my expertise. I think the questions that I got are questions I was able to answer.
Okay, so just to sum up what you just said, your answer is yes. No matter what the subject of the nonprofit, it's your testimony that you would have sufficient expertise to be able to expertly assess whether it was complying with custom and practice.
It would depend on the issue, is what I was trying to say.
Okay, so there are some situations where you would have sufficient expertise, depending on the nonprofit, and some where you wouldn't. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Okay, but in this situation, we're dealing with one of the most advanced technology companies in the entire world, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and this falls on the line of things that you, Professor Shizer, with no AI experience, feel like you have sufficient expert ability to address all custom and practice hypos that have been put to you, right?
The hypos that have been put to me, yes, I think.
Okay. The kinds of subject matters for nonprofits would be outside of the scope of what you could talk about in terms of custom and practice.
So I agree with you that questions about specific technology would not be appropriately addressed to me.
Okay. So if the question that was being posed to you, if it was necessary to understand specific technology in order to appropriately answer the question, then we will have veered outside of the area of your expertise, correct?
Right. So
okay. Now let me just ask you something, because one of the things that you were asked about on your direct examination is the fact that you're getting paid $1,500 an hour, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
I am being paid that much.
Okay,
yes.
I'm not trying to quibble with you, but you said mm-hmm. And in court, I know you haven't been in court that much, but in court, you have to say yes or no for the court reporter, just for a clear record. Okay?
Yes.
All right. So you were also asked a question by counsel as to whether or not the money that was being paid to you by Mr. Musk had any impact on your analysis. Do you remember that?
I was asked that, yes.
The question, but in summary, did you understand that to be the question?
I was asked whether my opinions were affected by the fact that I was being paid, and I said no.
Your answer was no. What was the total amount that you're being paid?
I couldn't tell you.
Do you know how many hours you billed on the case?
Sitting here, I don't.
Can you give the jury an estimate?
So I can tell you about how much it is as a percentage of my income, if that's helpful.
Let's get to that next. First, I'd like to know if you can estimate the number of hours that you billed to Mr. Musk and his team on this case.
So I think last year it would have been about 150 hours, maybe. I'm honestly, I don't want to mislead you. I haven't looked at this.
Like that. What about this year?
I don't know. I haven't.
When you came to court to testify, you didn't undertake at all to try to think about how much time you spent on this issue?
Well, it would have been less than last year. Okay. And I can tell you, I don't know the number.
It could be up to 150 hours last year and up to 150 hours.
No, it's less than 150 this year.
Do you think it's more than 100?
Perhaps. I'm probably behind on my billing.
Okay.
And
it could be
I'm obviously
250 hours.
One at a time.
And I'm still working even right now. So I don't know what it's going to be, but it's well less than last year so far.
Right. So you've already made $1,500 today. But it could be as much as 250 hours or more, correct, so far?
You mean in total?
In total.
It could be. I don't know.
For this case, am I correct that you were never hired to provide expert testimony on nonprofit governance?
Expert testimony, that's correct. Yes.
And you've never worked in a government office that regulates nonprofits, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you're probably better at math, Dean Shizer, than me, but what is 150 times 1,500? I'm sorry, 250 times 1,500.
Someone else can do that too, but it would be more than 300 to 375, maybe.
1,000?
Yes.
Okay. So it is 375,000. Perhaps you've been paid by, you've billed so far to Mr. Musk on this expert testimony?
I think it's less, but yeah.
It could be that much, right?
I'm telling you, I don't really know.
Okay. And you don't think that's had any impact at all on your views?
No.
Okay. You were going to tell us earlier, I didn't want to step in the way of your answer. You volunteered to tell us earlier what percentage of your total income that is. Can you tell us that?
So I can't immediately think across 2 years, but I know last year it was less than 20%, probably about 15.
Okay. Okay. So that, okay. I got you. Now, you agree with me, don't you, Professor, that every large nonprofit uses commercial means to raise enough money to pursue their mission, correct?
I don't know what commercial means is. I think that raising money is critical.
Well, how would you define commercial?
Well, so I think many nonprofits rely heavily on philanthropy because that's the sort of first line of what nonprofits do. But then they also can charge fees for what they do. Hospitals charge fees to patients, universities charge tuition. So those are all important sources of revenue. The idea of for-profit investors is less common.
Right. And you agree with me, based on your definition, that every large nonprofit uses commercial means to raise enough money to pursue their mission, correct?
No, I don't know what commercial means is. I was just telling you how they raise money.
Okay. Well, to be clear, you've been a part of Columbia University, right?
Sure.
And Columbia University accepts donations, right?
Yes.
But Columbia University generates the bulk of its revenue through means other than donations, correct?
Tuition is very important. Hospital fees are very important. So yes.
Right. On an annual basis, Columbia University gets about $2 billion of revenue from its hospital operations, correct?
So the philanthropy was $2.2 billion in the most recent 990 for Columbia. And I think the number you described is about right. And I think the rest is a lot of tuition.
Right. How much does Columbia University generate from tuition every year?
I think it's more than $1 billion, I think. I couldn't tell you exactly.
And what is Columbia's endowment?
About $16 billion, as I recall.
And you mentioned that, just to be clear, you got this is an example of an important nonprofit, right? Columbia University.
It's important to me.
Yeah. And to a lot of people, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You think that's a yes?
Yes.
You think it's a respectable nonprofit with an important mission, right?
I do.
What is the mission of Columbia University?
So it is to educate, also to do research, and in the case of the hospital, to treat patients.
And I'm correct that the approximately $2 billion that flowed into Columbia's coffer from the hospital, that wasn't from the free treatment of patients, correct?
Well, by definition, if if patients aren't paying, then that money doesn't come from them. But there are many patients who don't pay full price and many who don't pay at all.
Right. And many who pay.
Of course.
Okay. And also, what is the annual tuition right now at Columbia Law School?
So I don't know, but I'm going to guess it's $80,000 or so. It's a lot. I don't know.
Would 93,000 sound accurate?
I wouldn't disagree with it.
Okay, and that doesn't include housing, right?
No.
Why doesn't Columbia just let people go to school for free if its mission is to educate?
I object. This is really way off base, irrelevant.
this is why we're going to finish this trial on Wednesday.
Okay.
A 403 objection. I would suggest that you want to get to your point.
Absolutely, Judge. I just have this last question on this. Why is that? Why isn't it given away free if the mission is to educate?
So, I mean, to be clear, many students do go without paying tuition, and the need-based tuition is pretty generous. So there's an effort to charge the people who can pay so that the people who can't pay don't have to.
Right. That's a commercial part of its fundraising, right?
I actually think that's an effort to try to, promote a mission, which is to educate people regardless of whether they can pay. But again, I don't quite know what you mean by commercial, so I can't answer the question.
Understood. To be clear, another thing that you said during your testimony is that at nonprofits, people typically get salaries that are lower than what they could get in the private sector, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Having said that, even a respected nonprofit like Columbia University has to pay competitive salaries in order to recruit talented individuals, correct?
Competitive within the nonprofit sector, yes.
What was your salary as Dean of Columbia?
So I stopped being Dean in 2014. It's been a while. I think it was significantly less than what I could have been earning at a law firm, for example, but I couldn't give you the exact number sitting here today.
You don't remember what the exact number was?
No.
Okay. It was hundreds of thousands of dollars, correct?
That sounds good. I'm not sure it was hundreds, but yes, no, it would have been.
Okay. And just to be clear, Columbia University pays a number of different employees millions of dollars a year because that's the competitive salary that's necessary to retain them, correct?
Objection to the form of the question and also relevance.
All right. Now, you would agree with me, Professor, that OpenAI could have, that it could have never raised the funds that were necessary to compete in the world of artificial general intelligence pursuit on donations alone. You agree with that?
So I'm not sure. I can tell you, for example, there's a nonprofit called Feeding America. It runs a network of soup kitchens. And in its last 990, it raised $4.8 billion. Stanford, not far away, raised $3 billion a year in philanthropy. And I think it would have been a good idea for OpenAI to have more effort at philanthropy, even if it couldn't cover all of it. And I don't know whether philanthropy could have covered all of it.
Okay. You weren't there on the ground at the time when they were raising? Right.
True.
Okay. So you have no actual knowledge as to how far they were able to push in terms of philanthropy, right?
I think I know a thing or two about fundraising. Spent a lot of years doing it.
In any of your fundraising pursuits, were you able to create an endowment for a nonprofit that approached $200 billion?
I personally know.
Okay. You do agree with me. There was a lot of discussion in your testimony about basically the structure of the various deals that went by when we were talking through the hypotheticals.
Yes.
Right. And you reviewed those deals, correct?
I did.
And I think that I'm not going to go through all of them, but the gravamen of what you were saying is you had some criticisms of the way that the nonprofit negotiated for its rights. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. But you're aware that as a result of whatever negotiations the nonprofit did, it now has assets that approach $200 billion. You're aware of that, correct?
I think it should have been more, but yes.
Okay. Let's put aside what you think it should have been. You agree with me. The nonprofit now has assets approaching $200 billion, correct?
That is a number that I've heard.
And you understand it to be correct, right?
I have no reason. I'm not trying to be difficult. It's just you were emphasizing before that I haven't done evaluation, and I haven't. So I've seen that number and have no reason to disagree with it.
Fair enough. I think Mr. Molo asked you a question that the essence of it was, does the result in terms of all these negotiations matter at all? Do you remember that question?
I believe that the states.
I don't want to mistake. Let me rephrase, Your Honor. I think that the essence of your testimony when Mr. Molo was asking those questions is that you didn't really need to examine the ultimate result of whatever negotiations the nonprofit took in terms of securing its finances because you were focused on the process, right?
Object to the form of the question.
You can answer that.
So I don't think so. I am very focused on the process. You're right. But I do also have reservations about some of the substantive terms, like the 20% annual increase and so on.
Right. Well, you're not here to tell the jury that there is any specific aspect of OpenAI's mission that you, as an expert, believe can't be pursued with the $200 billion in assets that it has access to now, right? That's not your testimony, correct?
Do you mind repeating the question? Yeah. I'm sorry, I didn't quite follow it.
You are not here to tell the jury that there's any component of OpenAI's mission that they cannot pursue with the $200 billion in assets that the nonprofit now has, are you?
Object, this goes beyond the scope.
Response.
It's perfectly within the scope, Your Honor. The entire testimony that he was giving had to do with the idea that there were different steps being taken by the nonprofit that were inconsistent with the mission. Thank you, Judge.
So it's certainly helpful to have $200 billion as a way to advance the mission. I actually think the way they were advancing the mission, though, wasn't necessarily through the value of this equity, which is illiquid and they can't sell it. And I'm not sure how they're supposed to get cash to do other things. I think it's much more about the way in which they're developing AI.
I'm sorry, you first of all, two things from that. My only question to you was whether you are offering some opinion that there are aspects of the mission that can't be pursued with the $200 billion in assets. And I believe that the answer to that is no, correct?
So I'm trying to understand the question.
It's a yes or no question. If you can't answer yes or no, just tell me you can't.
This is argumentative. Witness is trying to answer these questions.
So I don't think that the mission is only about the money, but I think the $200 billion is great. And I'm sorry if I'm not answering it. I just don't fully understand what you're asking me.
Okay, I'm just saying, are there aspects of the mission that you are going to try to testify can't be pursued with the $200 billion? Yes or no?
Further question.
Sustained.
Thank you, Judge. Now, a second ago, you said that it's you added into your question, into your testimony, that the amount that the $200 billion is illiquid. You have absolutely no personal knowledge of what the market is for the assets of the OpenAI nonprofit, correct?
Fair enough.
Okay. Now, during your testimony, you talked a little bit about 2023 and some of the changes that were made in 2023, right?
Yes.
Be very clear. By 2021, Microsoft had already invested more than $1 billion, correct?
$3 billion.
Right. $3 billion, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And in terms of some of the issues that you've addressed in your testimony that you take with the nonprofit, is it your testimony that none of these issues in terms of your criticisms of the nonprofit were evident before 2023?
So I think there were some things that changed pretty dramatically.
That's not my question. It's a very simple yes or no.
But there were some things, I assume, that were true before. Not the things I was highlighting in my testimony, but there were things that were true of both.
Right. The things that you were highlighting in your testimony had to do with 2023, correct?
And 2025.
And 2025. But there were a number of things that happened in these transactions back in 2019, correct?
Of course.
In 2021, correct?
I mean, every transaction has a lot of things happening, so yes.
Have you endeavored to try to figure out how many of these issues that you've addressed in terms of your criticism of the nonprofit's operation were evident by 2021? And I'm only looking for a yes or no.
I would say yes.
Okay.
Talk about it.
And a number, you would agree with me, a number of these issues were evident by 2021, yes or no?
I don't know what you mean by these issues, but
the issues that the criticisms that you have described in terms of the operation of the nonprofit and its lack of conformity to custom and practice for you, yes or no? Many of those were evident by 2021.
My focus today.
Yes, I object to the question as compound and.
So, overruled. Do you understand the question?
I do. I mean,
Mr.
I'm trying to answer it.
I'm only asking you yes or no. It's very simple. Many of those issues that you identified, criticisms of the nonprofit's conformity with custom and practice, were evident by 2021. Yes or no?
Okay, the question.
So my answer depends on what issues we're talking about, and I'm happy to give you a longer answer.
No, I'm not. I only want you to answer yes or no.
Enough. The question, how can he answer when you say many? It could be both yes and no. Next question.
Thank you, Judge. There are a number of things that you didn't look at during the course of your analysis of this matter, correct?
I imagine so.
Before you submitted your report, you didn't look at the Hemming-Morse report, correct?
True.
And the Hemming-Morse report is the third-party report that determined the value of the nonprofit's IP exchange for value, correct?
In 2019, yes. I've seen it since, but I hadn't before the initial report.
Right. You came to your conclusions in the initial report without looking at that independent valuation, correct?
That's true.
Okay. And you do understand it valued the nonprofit's IP at $60 million, correct?
At 47, and then it was raised to 60.8. So no to your 60.
And as a result of that exchange in IP, the nonprofit now has access to $200 billion in assets, correct?
I would say no.
Okay. But the nonprofit does have access to close to $200 billion in assets, correct? I'm sorry, Madam Court Reporter. The nonprofit does have access to close to $200 billion in assets, correct?
Correct, but I don't think it was just because of the IP contribution, which is why I said no.
The IP contribution was one of the factors, correct?
Yeah, sure.
Now, and you have no basis to question the validity of the Hemming-Morse report, correct?
I'm not. Right.
Okay. I'm correct that you're not offering any safety opinions here, correct?
Correct. My opinions are about processes and governance, which can influence safety, but I am definitely not here to talk about the safety of particular products. I'm not the person to do that.
Just one moment, Your Honor. when you, in your analysis of safety processes, one of the things that you focused on is the idea of people on the board that you viewed as more safety-focused directors.
Yes.
And I'm correct that the nonprofit board approved the Microsoft 2019 capital commitment and the 2019 JDCA while those safety-focused directors were members of the board, correct?
So I think Ms. McCauley was a member of the board. My recollection is that Ms. Toner came on later. But yes, I mean, there was one of them there.
Okay. You are aware that Ms. Toner was on the board from July 9th, 2021 through 2023, right?
Yes, you asked me about 2019.
Okay. So the 2019 investment included at least one of the safety-focused directors?
Yes.
And the 2021 investment involved both?
I think so. I don't remember the timing of that agreement and when she came on, but probably you would know.
Right. As you sit here today, you're not sure, but it seems right.
I don't remember which month, but I'm not disagreeing. I just don't know.
Okay. Now, one of the things that has transpired since then is that there are, first of all, you talked a little bit in the hypothetical that was posed to you about Mr. Altman's termination and then reinstatement, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And to be very clear, you have no personal knowledge as to whether any of the concerns that informed any of the board members' decisions around that were actually valid, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. This again goes back to the issue. He's an expert. He's testifying off the information that was provided.
Sustained.
Thank you, Judge. Just to be clear, you have no personal knowledge. You're testifying as hypotheticals. You have no personal knowledge of any of those events that transpired. I just want to clarify, yes, no personal.
No, you know what? You need to tighten this up. Sustained. Next question. I've already instructed the jury on that.
Thank you, Judge. Can we call up the slide that demonstrated, the plaintiff slide that demonstrated that had the pie chart with the residuals?
Who's got that? Can we get it up, please?
And while we're pulling that up, you also agreed that those safety-focused directors were on the board for the 2023 Microsoft deal, correct?
Yes.
We served them to the last night.
The exhibit, pie chart. There we go.
Okay. So, first of all, Professor Schuster, can you tell us who prepared this slide?
So, Molo Lampkin prepared this slide.
All the slides that we looked at during your testimony were prepared by Molo Lampkin?
Yes.
You talked a little bit about this museum store hypothetical. That's something that Molo Lampkin presented to you?
No.
Okay. Anyway, looking at this.
That comes from my class, by the way, just if you're wondering.
Fair enough. Here we have 2023 total payments, right? And you see that there's a sliver for the OpenAI nonprofit, right?
And I think that's the TRA.
That's
yes.
a TRA, okay? And as a result of the sliver that you're pointing to here, right? It's your testimony that the OpenAI nonprofit failed to negotiate according to custom and practice. Is that your testimony?
No.
Okay. You would agree with me that the sliver here that is the TRA as a result of what has transpired subsequently, putting aside this pie chart, the OpenAI nonprofit has achieved a valuation of close to $200 billion.
Yes, the return comes from.
Sorry. Asked and answered. We've been over this.
Just want to clarify on that side. I'm done, Judge. We can take that down.
Right. Sorry.
We can take that down.
And the rest of my answer was the return comes from both the TRA and the residual.
You also agree, just to be very clear, that there's absolutely nothing improper about a nonprofit having a for-profit affiliate, correct?
If it's managed the right way, correct, yeah.
And you also agree that that can be an appropriate vehicle, where appropriate, for providing equity to both recruit and retain critical employees, right?
Yes, and I think I even said that before.
One moment, Your Honor. Just a few more questions for you, Professor Shizer. One of the things that I think you testified to is the fact that the idea that the nonprofit board is in charge of making sure that its mission is carried out.
Yes.
Right. The nonprofit board is also regulated by the Attorney General of whatever state it's operating in, correct?
The IRS and the Attorney General each have some authority, regulatory authority. Yes.
Right. And another thing that you talked about during your testimony, I think you used the word when we're talking about a PBC, that the PBC is allowed to pursue its mission as well as pursue raising profits.
The board balances. Yes.
In fact, it's the case that a PBC, by definition, is actually required to pursue its mission, correct?
It's required to balance those factors under Delaware law.
Right.
Including profits.
Right. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Microsoft. Microsoft, sit down.
Microsoft. I can't forget Microsoft. Believe me, I'm not forgetting Microsoft.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Professor Shizer. I will try to keep this brief. I don't have that many questions. You're not offering any opinions today on the customs and practices of for-profit companies. Is that right?
Correct.
Your opinions today are limited to the customs and practices of nonprofit companies. Is that correct?
Yes, nonprofits collaborating with for-profit companies.
Okay. But Microsoft is not a nonprofit company, right?
Oh, it is not. No.
You agree, don't you, that it's customary practice for nonprofits to enter into joint ventures or collaborations with for-profit companies?
Yes. Again, if it's structured and managed the right way, yes.
And one reason why it's customary or common for these sorts of collaborations is because for-profit companies can provide resources that nonprofits sometimes can't develop on their own, right?
That can be a reason, yes.
Yeah. And one such resource can be capital or money, right?
Yes.
Also, equity compensation for employees. You would agree with me?
I said so recently, yes.
And also distribution capabilities, the ability to get nonprofits research, for example, out into the world. Is that right?
In principle, it could be. I'm not as familiar with examples of that, but in principle, it could be.
And here you agree, don't you, that Microsoft's contributions of capital and compute were needed in order for OpenAI to pursue its nonprofit mission, right?
Objection.
So I agree.
So there's an objection. Is that in the report?
It is in his report.
Mr. Molo, is it not in the report?
It is in the report. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I don't have the exact paragraph.
I don't believe it is, and it's beyond scope. I mean, Mr. is just confirming.
It's in the report, and he testified to it in his deposition. And
I'm going to take your word for it so we can move on.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me re-ask the question. You agree, don't you, Professor Schisser, that Microsoft's contributions of capital and compute were needed in order for OpenAI to pursue its mission?
So I don't think I can say yes to that. What I can say is capital and compute were necessary, and then there could have been various ways to get it, but certainly the fact that they got it from Microsoft was helpful.
Okay, and you don't dispute that the capital OpenAI received was important to its pursuit of its mission, right?
No, it needed capital.
Okay. There was a lot of talk about the Microsoft and OpenAI agreements. I just want to clarify one point. It is an undisputed fact that the 2019 OpenAI Microsoft agreement included TRAs, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Now, if Microsoft never received anything under the TRAs, not a single dollar, does that impact your opinion on whether it violated nonprofit custom and practice?
Can you just clarify what year we're talking about, or are you asking about all three of the agreements?
All of the agreements.
Okay. So, and the question is, if they never got a dollar, would it violate custom and practice? I think I would feel very bad for Microsoft and OpenAI if they never got a dollar. But I think you're supposed to do this analysis before the fact to try to figure out the potential value that you're giving away. So I would be less focused on what happens after than on the potential going into it.
I see. Well, let me ask you this. In considering the nonprofit opinions that you've offered today, did you look to see how much Microsoft has spent in fulfilling its obligations under the JDCA?
So, no. I mean, I know that they committed $13 billion, and I think they've funded most, maybe even all of it by now. It was most a few months ago, but they could have spent more in other ways. I would not know.
And you didn't think it was important to know how much Microsoft spent in fulfilling all of its obligations under the JDCA in arriving at your opinions?
Honestly, that feels more like a custom and practice of Microsoft type question, which I'm not thinking about. So,
well, let's switch gears a little bit. You talked at length about some of the duties that nonprofits have. I think you said that a nonprofit board has a duty of care to its nonprofit. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's a duty to act in good faith with a certain degree of diligence. Do I have that right?
It's a duty of competence. I'd say it can sometimes be characterized as good faith, but I think it's a little bit more than that. And so the diligence part of the way you characterize it, I agree with.
Okay. And nonprofit board members also have a duty of obedience. I think you testified to that.
Yes.
That's a duty to ensure that the nonprofit is faithfully carrying out its mission, right?
Yes.
And that's also because a nonprofit board has a duty of loyalty, which requires them to put the nonprofit's interests first, right?
Right.
Now, I understand you're not here as an expert on for-profits, but you'd agree with me that a C Corp or a standard for-profit company doesn't have fiduciary duties to a nonprofit mission, right?
I object. She just said he's not here as an expert on for-profits. He's testifying.
So I'll sustain as to the form.
here that it's undisputed that OpenAI's nonprofit board approved the Microsoft deal, right?
Yes.
And it's also true that the nonprofit board approved changes to that deal in 2021 and 2023, right?
Yes.
Professor Shizer, you offered an opinion today that it would be inconsistent with nonprofit custom and practice if a nonprofit were to allow a for-profit partner to approve board candidates. I believe you said that, right?
Yes, they shouldn't be able to veto board candidates, right?
They shouldn't be able to veto. Okay.
I think input is probably not a great idea either.
Okay. But if that's not what the record shows, if the evidence were in fact that Microsoft was simply providing advice on OpenAI's request for it, you're not saying that that's inconsistent with nonprofit custom and practice, are you?
So I guess the record I've seen doesn't really support that, but hypothetically, if it's purely friendly advice from a friend, then that's different than saying, no, strong no, we don't want that person.
Okay, and I just want to clarify something because you said that's not the record you've seen. But Professor Shizer, it's not your role as an expert here to determine what the facts are, right?
It's definitely not.
It's the jury's role to determine the facts.
Yes.
Slow down a little bit.
I actually only have one more question. You're not offering any opinion today on whether Microsoft had any knowledge of any conditions or restrictions associated with Mr. Musk's donations to OpenAI, are you?
Correct, I'm not.
Thank you, Professor Shizer. I have no further questions.
Redirect.
Just have a couple of questions for you, Professor Shizer. First, if OpenAI, you said that it's called Food for America, Feed America?
Feeding America, yeah.
They raised
$4.8 billion a couple of years ago in their last
year.
I think it was $4.8 billion. And I believe it was 2024. I think it was the tax return they filed just recently in 2025.
Okay. Had OpenAI raised $13 billion for donations, like in America, over a few years, and not taken the money from Microsoft, what would the financial position be today?
So, assuming the same success, then
objection, Your Honor, speculative.
Yeah, I think that was on your direct that he raised that, not on cross sustained.
He testified in cross-examination about this 4.8 billion.
Okay, then go ahead.
Yeah.
Overruled.
So, what would the effect have on OpenAI, the nonprofit today?
So the nonprofit would own the entire all of what Microsoft now has, I assume. I mean, it would be a much bigger ownership stake for the nonprofit because of the philanthropy.
And that $200 billion that they've been asking you about would be much greater, I take it?
Much greater.
All right. And then let me ask you this. What if they had just raised half that money at the time that they were negotiating with Microsoft? What effect would that have been?
So I think there are two effects to this. One is obviously they're giving, they're parting with less of the economics of what they're creating. And the second point is I just think you have a better position when you're negotiating, because if you're negotiating and the other side says, look, it's us or nothing, that's harder than if you can say, look, we'd love to partner with you, but we have other options. I mean, just the whole dynamic could be different, which is why I think nonprofits want to have philanthropy even when they partner with for-profit firms.
And the fact that a nonprofit, with this OpenAI nonprofit, has $200 billion, does that mean it has all the money it should have?
Well, I think it should have been more. It's my view. It should have been a lot more.
Okay. And then Mr. Sal, I asked you about Microsoft providing compute and distribution. Does the fact that Microsoft provided some valuable service justify a departure from nonprofit custom and practice in reaching the agreements under which it provided that service?
So, no, I mean, for example, if they'd raised the money philanthropically and used it to buy these services from Microsoft, would have been great, but Microsoft wouldn't have been entitled to these various things.
And did the questioning, challenging of you by Mr. Jackson, did that cause you to change anything that you said in terms of your opinions and based upon your experience, your education, your research? Are any of your opinions changed as a result of being yelled at like that?
I'm going to rephrase.
All right, the questions that were asked. Do any of your opinions change?
No, because I did not intend and don't think that I did give opinions about the technology. I'm trying to give opinions about governance and nonprofit practice, and I know a lot about that.
All right, I have no.
Recross limited to the scope of redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And the limited to the scope of Microsoft's exam.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Professor Shizer, just hypothetically, if the evidence shows that OpenAI could not raise enough money to fulfill its mission, would that affect your opinions?
So the word enough affects the way I answer you. But I do think it's fine to take money from for-profit partners. I think it's fine as long as you manage it the right way. And I also think that the more philanthropy you have, the less you depend on them and the better you can manage it because you have more leverage.
That's very helpful. I guess the only question that just to try to focus that, the question I'm really asking is, at a hypothetical level, if the evidence demonstrates that OpenAI could not raise enough money to fulfill its mission purely through donations, would that lead to potentially altered analysis for you?
Not on most of what I said. I mean, basically in the last few minutes, I've been talking about how philanthropy could change things, but otherwise, no. I mean, I still think you take money from a for-profit partner, you got to be sure your economic interests are protected.
Just one more question, Professor. You said that you testified a few moments ago that it should have been more, right? Am I correct that in your determination of what the OpenAI board did or did not do in terms of custom and practice and raising funds, your initial report at that time, you had not looked at any of the board minutes, correct?
That's true. I've seen them since.
No further questions, sure.
Anything from Microsoft? Any any reason to keep him in recall status?
No, Judge.
All right. Microsoft, no?
No, Your Honor.
All right, sir, you're excused then. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next witness.
Your Honor, plaintiff has one further witness to play by video. This is the Microsoft corporate representative, Michael Wetter. The tape is 33 minutes, of which 5 should be allocated to Microsoft. We can play the first portion of that this afternoon.
Okay, so we're just going to do the first 9 minutes, and then I'll let you go. Okay, all right, 9 minutes.
Thank you. That's 9 minutes, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, it wasn't 1:40. Why don't we go ahead and just, well, I wanted to finish this section off. It looks like you've got 2 pages on this topic before you switch topics.
Yeah, we're happy to play through this.
So play to 128. Just a few pages so that they get the whole thing.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
So is Exhibit 9. Is this one that Microsoft reviewed as part of audible? Saying that Microsoft.
Oh, there it is.
And this stuff, it's the cover sheet that being the Internal Revenue Service.
It seems.
And based on paragraph here, OpenAI is different.
Yes, I see that. Sam.
Due diligence project.
Page per page that this covers. Yes.
Attached to this 539 with the certificate of non-stock corporation.
Yeah, that's the certificate for OpenAI. Yes.
Microsoft. Paragraph that starts with third. And the developing technology design.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Microsoft would have reviewed that. And that the organization.
Okay, you can stop there. The next section goes to a different topic. Okay, so that is all that we have for today. Dan from Edwin, you're going to get back to me on Monday on my question about next week. That's totally fine. I'm comfortable now that you know what all my admonitions are. Have a nice 3 days. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers here in the jury and any mothers in the audience and those streaming. I hope you have a wonderful 3 days, and we'll stand in recess with you until 8:30 on Monday. Thank you.
Please rise for the jury.
Don't forget to like and subscribe for the next episode on While We Were Distracted.